All right, we're back. So now that we did all the boring shit last time, creeped around these woods trying to find various things, now we can actually get back to the plot and do a bunch of important stuff. So let's do it. Just gotta go all the way to the other side of the world, that's all. It's this way, right? Kind of, not really. We'll do it. Okay, we're gonna keep going, then we're gonna make a right. Sorry, this isn't super exciting. Morgan took me back here originally, which was very exciting, but I had more shit to do, so I had to come back in here. Oh, I need to make a hard right now. Can I get through this way? No. Yeah, okay. Wait, am I going? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let me go somewhere.
Very
All
well.
right, here we go. Let's do all the plots.
Aren't we receiving a large number of reinforcements from the Grey Wardens in Orlais soon?
Nope. Okay. We have Duncan, Tainted Blood. We'll probably do that last. Because that's like a super... That's the main quest. The Hound, and what is this? King Kalen, interesting. Infirmary. Oh, it's not necessarily a place I can just a marker. It doesn't mean I can do anything there. Alright, well, we're definitely going to do the kennel first, because that's a side quest.
The Mabari's stable for now, but not improving. Unless I get that herb I told you about, there's not much hope. Let me see. Yeah, that's exactly it. Wonderful. Give me a moment and I'll make this into an ointment. He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could.
Good, give him to me.
Let's give him a day or two to recover. Why not come
No.
back after the battle?
Now.
Perhaps we can see about imprinting him on you. Maybe. It's likely he understands you're responsible for curing him. Mabari are at least as smart as your average tax collector. Come back
Womp womp.
after the battle and just... well, take another look.
Thought I was gonna get this fucking dog right now. Level up well. I have some super snazzy plate that someone in this party needs to wear. That requires a lot of strength. Yeah. So let's have Alistair work on his strength. Oh. Gosh, okay. He can... Retin? That sounds good, because I think that's going to be his main job in life. Dual weapon, dual striking. Archery, he's definitely not doing that. Shield pummel. I think he's weapon... Yeah, yes, he is weapon and shield. So there's a limited number of things he can do. He's not going to do archery. He's not going to do two-handed. He's not going to do dual weapon. So he's really only picking two trees. Warrior and weapon and shield. So yeah, we're going to keep going with threaten. That's definitely what we want. Whoa. I didn't say do it right now, you freak. And me? I'll keep going with magic. Nah, you know what? I'll put one more willpower. What about spells? Get one more spell. Arcane Shield. Famous last words, but I feel like I'm not usually going to be in the front line. Then again, they do go after you, regardless of who you are. If you are the character being controlled, they go after you. So there is that. Huh. I think what I want to do is I want to go with this Glyph of Paralysis, because that goes with my friendly fire spells. Because if I can freeze them in a particular spot, then my guys can not be in that spot and I can hit them with the fire stuff. Because right now the problem is they rush right into the center of all my guys fighting, and I can't hit anyone without friendly fire. But if I can stop them in their tracks before they get there, then I won't have that problem. So I think Glyph of Paralysis can help me with that. And I guess I should add that. Yeah. What do I want it to be? One. I think I'm going to demote Arcane Bolt. We're already at that point. Drain life. Winter scraps. Okay. All right. Is it telling me where to bring other quests? That's not it. Deliver it to Jeddah in Red Cliff. Okay, I'm not. That's not where I am. All right. Here we go. Big initiation.
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful? Good. I've had the Circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, we can begin the joining immediately.
I'll try to bring up the other thing, but I think he's gonna say we'll get to that later.
There was a woman at the tower, and her mother had the scrolls. They were both very odd.
Were they wilder folk?
I don't think so. They might be apostates. Mages hiding from the Chantry.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls. Let us focus on the joining.
Exactly. It's like, oh, these people live out in the middle of nowhere. They have no government. We need to regulate them. Leave them alone. Who cares? They're not hurting you.
I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later.
So, yes, you're saying this ritual can kill us, which I always suspected.
Could any darkspawn you might face in battle. You would not have been chosen, however, if I did not think you had a chance to survive.
Let's go then. I'm anxious to see this joining now.
I agree. Let's have it done.
Then let us begin. Alistair, take them to the old temple.
It's strange that they have two similar things right at the beginning of the game. Two initiation rituals where it's both you pass them or you die.
The more I hear about this joining,
One
the less
after
I
the
like
other.
it.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
See, that guy who's complaining has a wife and kid. So I get why he is not super thrilled about this. The other guy is just like a thief. He has nothing to live for. I can see why this guy doesn't want to risk his life for this. And yet I don't have a sympathetic answer that I can give him.
I only know that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, It just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight. Don't we? The Grey Wardens have saved the world from Darkspawn before. I'd say they know better than anyone what it takes. You saw those Darkspawns tonight. Wouldn't you die to protect your pretty wife from them?
I am...
Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If nobody stops the Darkspawn, we'll die for sure.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining. The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So
Annihilation.
the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
Oh boy.
Going to drink the blood of those creatures.
And master their
As the
taint, he
first
just
Grey
said it.
Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use
They
it
can
to
sense
save
the
the
taint.
Archdemon.
I wish I had a response that mentioned the taint.
Not all who drink the blood will survive, and those who do are forever changed. This is why the joining is a secret. It is the price we pay. We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward.
It's the Stanley Cup. It's a big ass cup. This guy might make it because he is devoted. He believes in the cause.
Maker's breath.
Oh,
I am sorry, Davith.
nope.
Step forward, Jory.
Thought he might make it. This guy's definitely
have
not
a
going to
wife.
make it. Whoop.
A child. Had I
There
known...
is no turning back.
No. You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
Oh, shit. Oh, God, okay.
I am sorry.
God damn, okay. So,
But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself.
that
to the
was
taint for the greater
cold-blooded.
good.
And I just do it.
From this moment forth,
Man.
you are a Grey Warden.
I mean, I thought he was gonna drink it and die. I didn't...
It is finished. Welcome.
2 more deaths. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel?
I mean, it makes sense. They made it clear that you couldn't escape. I mean, they didn't literally say, we'll kill you. But they said you had no choice. But, wow. That was rough, man. I mean, it definitely doesn't seem fair. They didn't tell you that this was the deal, and then once they tell you, you're not allowed to change your mind or they kill you.
Jory was warned that there was no turning back, as were you all. When he went for his blade, however, he left me no choice. It
Oh,
brought me
you can
no
argue
pleasure
it's
to end his life.
self-defense.
The Blight demands sacrifices from us all. Thankfully, you stand here as proof they are not all made in vain.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Such dreams come when you begin to sense the Darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We
Jesus,
take some of that
what?
blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us
Another
of those who
phylactery?
didn't make it this far.
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the King. The King is discussing strategy for the upcoming battle. I am not sure why he has requested your presence. The
Great
meeting
question.
is to the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you're able.
I mean, for me to consider it self-defense, I would have liked to have seen Jory make some sort of a more offensive move. I mean, yes, he drew his blade, but it didn't seem like he was attacking. I don't know about that justification. Yeah, wow. Okay. So now we're down to just... Well, no one's in my party. I guess next up is the big battle. What can I do here? I guess I can do some inventory shit. I probably have stuff to sell. I'll go to the merchant.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps?
This guy's got 4 belts. Why does everyone have so many belts?
So long as you keep it quiet.
It's like Rob Liefeld in pouches. Okay. A regular normal dagger, I can definitely sell that. Not that it's worth anything. This great sword, which takes away 1 dexterity. There's got to be better options than that. I'm gonna sell that. And this great sword. I guess I'll keep it for now. Oh, but is it worse than this one? Yeah, definitely. So I'll sell it. Oh, -5 attack. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. I'm gonna sell it. Oh, got a bunch of bows. Okay, well, the longbow. This one's definitely worse than the other one, so I'll sell that. I guess I'll keep that, it's fine. This better than what I have? I don't know. Ooh, this has +1 to my cunning, so I wouldn't even... I already increased my cunning. I wish I had known I would get this. I wouldn't have spent that point. I'll keep it, because it sounds pretty good, even though it might not be better than what I have. This I'll definitely sell. And this I'll sell. +3 defense. Sell it. I'm guessing I can sell these. Let me make sure. Ah, thank you very much, Dashi. Okay. Looks like I may need one of these. I can sell 9 of them. Staffs are these better than what I have? Ooh, this. Ooh. Does a lot of stuff. Alright, I think I'll equip this Grey Warden staff, but I'll keep the other staff. I'm not going to get rid of it. I'll get rid of these gloves, because I'm not going to wear them. Let me equip my dude. Got a helmet, thankfully. You don't have to see that when I'm talking to people. Get the staff. Good. Get the... Huh, is this better? It's got +1 armor, and it's got +1 armor. What does that mean? Get the glow. I don't have glows. And boots. Good. And these are... Oh. See, all this Grey Warden stuff I just got is better than what I had, which makes perfect sense. Oh my gosh. Ooh, interesting. I definitely do not look like any magician I've ever seen. All right.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Some supplies, perhaps? So long as you keep it quiet.
Just gonna sell a couple more things. A lot of this stuff, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to figure it out, but keeping this stuff to maybe give to somebody else, even though I can't use it. This I'm gonna sell. This I'm gonna keep because it's good. This I give to someone else. Sell this. Sell this. Maybe give that to someone else. Maybe give that to someone else. 2 of these. Well, I definitely don't need 2 of them. Iron ring. Is this anything? No. Alright, all these minerals, I'm gonna have to figure out what they do. We're good for now. Alright, that's everything, right? Yeah. Go up these stairs.
The Orlesian Grey Wardens would be a great support in the coming battle.
I understand your
I
joining
look
is
forward to the
complete.
morning's
You are
glorious
blessed
battle.
by the Maker.
The Maker will smile on us. I'm sure
We're
of it.
doomed, we are.
Yes, I did get blessed by her, whatever that
I
meant.
understand your joining is complete. You are
I
blessed
hope
by
the
the
Grey
Maker.
Wardens from Orlais arrive in time.
Well met, Grey Warden.
Well, now they can
Lucky
actually
dog.
call me that.
You Grey
Hey!
Wardens get to ride with the king while I'm left with the drudgery of guarding this deserter. They should have just hanged him. Put his head on a pike as an example.
See, you never know who you can actually talk to.
They say he was recruited before the war up in Dinnerham. Probably figured he'd never have to fight if he served the king, right? Why does anyone want to desert? Because he thinks he's going to die and he's a bloody coward, that's why. Either that or he's been listening to a bunch of hogwash about how the Darkspawn will drag you off and eat you.
They will.
I can't just let him go, can I? The army will figure out what to do with him. Probably just waiting for someone important to make a decision. Then they'll hang him, I expect. And I can go and do something else. Just don't give him nothing. And don't try letting him go.
Alright. I have no idea where this is leading, but let's just see. Talk. 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 What is happening?
Huh. Someone finally comes and talks to the lone prisoner. I don't suppose you've come to sentence me. No. They put someone like me in a cage until someone important has time to decide what to do with me. I don't suppose you have a bit of kindness in you? All I want is food and water. They haven't fed me since I was locked up and I'm starving. I'm a deserter, or so they think. I bet there's no arguing them out of it, though. Armies are funny that way.
Why would this be
I
a
wasn't
debatable
deserting.
question?
But when you catch someone sneaking around camp in the middle of the night, what else are you gonna think? Does it matter? All I want is a bit of food and water. Oh, I would have deserted eventually. Just not then. I was stealing, not sneaking out of the camp. I got one of those wizards drunk and took his key. It belongs to a chest they got here,
Oh,
full
shit.
of magical treasures. In fact, I still have it. I can't use it from here, but I'd trade you for some food and water.
That is a great trade.
I swallowed it, but it's come back into my possession since then, so to speak.
Man, this game gets gross. Oh, I could... Well, I'm not going to do that.
Just ask my guard for his. He's still got some dinner. I saw him put it in his coat.
Alright. I mean... This guy may be a deserter,
Don't expect
but
it was an enlightening conversation.
he, does deserve to eat.
Did he now? Since nobody sends me nothing to feed him with, the only way we'll get that is if I give him mine.
Whatever, I'll pay. Well, maybe I can persuade him. Let's see.
All right, all right. I guess the poor fella could stand to have one meal in his belly before he
Hey,
ate.
I saved 10 silver
Why you
pieces.
care? I had nothing to do with it, though. If anyone asks why he's burping, I'm gonna say it was you. Just so you know.
Great. Alright, give me your key to a bunch of magic shit. This all sounds great.
So? Brought me some food, have you? I'm so hungry I could faint dead away. Much obliged. May Andraste herself rain blessings upon you. And, as I mentioned, here's the key. Use it in good health, huh?
Yeah, like I was saying, you just never know where in this game you're gonna find something to do. Not every quest is marked. Not every person you can actually talk to has a name.
I close my eyes. Please just leave me be.
I apologize if the soldier disturbed you. Ever since they found him in the wilds, he's been like this.
The pain!
It's so sad.
Oh, the pain, the pain. Okay, let's go get that chest, baby. Oh, what's it? Oh, this is the chest. Oh, this was the one that the tranquil guy was guarding. This all makes sense. And yoink. What about the mages who were in the Fade? What are they doing there? What about you, weirdo?
Back again? Don't the Grey Wardens need you? Off you go. I have preparations to make for the battle, and I won't be distracted.
Well, the mages who were going to the Fade are gone. I don't know what their story was. Anything else? Again, I could look through the entire camp. I might find something else. But I won't. Wait, am I going the right way? No, I'm definitely not. Who are you? Tranquil.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
Damn right.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order. Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy.
Man,
the Grey Wardens and
having shoulders like that really
charging our lines.
helpful.
You will
How do you move your arms?
To light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from
to
cover.
flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
We need the beacon. Without it, Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
You see? Glory for everyone.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
circle
will
of
not
Mage...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough! This plan will
she?
suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kalen. A glorious moment for us all.
Who is she supposed to be?
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the
I
King's
don't know
camp,
why I asked
where
that. I
we
know
came
the
when we
answer to that
arrived.
because I
You'll
talked
need
to the
cross
guard.
the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley. I will be fighting beside the King with the rest of the Grey Wardens. Again, at his request.
Where
We will
are the
signal
rest of the
you when
Grey
the time is
Wardens?
right.
Because I've seen
Alistair will know what to look for.
you, Alistair, and 2 guys who are dead.
The battle is about to begin. Once I leave, move quickly. You'll have less than an hour.
We soil our drawers, that's what.
If it
Womp
does, leave it to us. I want no heroics from either of you. Stay with the Terran's men and guard the tower. If you are needed, we will send word.
Wow, I am short. Look at this. I guess this is one of those fantasy worlds where elves are shorter.
Of course, even the best laid plans go awry. So do what you must. I trust you both.
Just not enough to actually fight with the rest of you.
There will be plenty of battles, Alistair. Be patient.
So this Loghain guy, he wants no help from anybody. He doesn't want the Grey Wardens. He doesn't want the other country. He wants to do it all by himself. Doesn't seem smart.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
And they don't want the mages to help either. Whoop. Whoop. That was dramatic. What's going on in my codex? Oh, not much. Not much at all. Alright, let me take some of the stuff that I have that I can't use and see if he can use it. Oh, he's got a good sword. Messy kills and explosive. Awesome. Okay, so we don't need this thing. Dagger. He's not going to use that. A mace. He's not going to use that. So we'll sell that. And the bows. Well, I'll hold on to him because maybe someone can use it, just not him. Gloves. He doesn't need. I'll sell them. Yeah, he's decked out. He's got good shit. He doesn't need my sympathy. Oh, the merchant is gone. Well, forget that plan. Alright, now we're gonna have some two tower shit. Give me a dog.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The blight ends here.
Alright, so they're obviously humanoid, they have armor, they have at least some intelligence. They have a leader. They have some sort of a plan where they don't all go at once. So, they're not mindless. Oh, what the hell is that big thing?
Archers!
Oh, yeah, okay, okay. Yep. Wow, what is that? What is that big chungus? Nice, nice.
Hounds!
Release the hounds. Oh, golly. Oh.
For Ferelden!
This is gonna be a big old mess. I am glad I'm not here. Holy cow. Whoop.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the Tower of Ishal.
Why are we yelling? Now let's take a moment and have stuff to shake.
To the tower. It may not be the most glamorous job, but we.
Oh! What is? Can I see? Not really. I mean, they have some kind of catapult. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. Wow.
There!
Oh! That's not great. Oh! Am I dead? No, that was like a planned event. I don't know what they're shooting, but it's a problem.
Help me. They're everywhere.
Yeah, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen?
They've taken the tower. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
Yep, well, oh, I got party members, okay. Okay, where are the bad guys? Where are you? Let's go forward a little bit, I guess. Whoop, I'm casting spells on somebody here there. Okay. Who are you? You're my boy, Blue. Who are you? You're a warrior. You are gonna get killed. You're a guard. You're also a warrior. Alistair. Doing his thing. We want him to threaten. That's what we want him to do. And as for me... well, I can't do it yet. I guess... oh, Winter's Grasp.
Of course.
Now I can flame this guy. Yes! 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 That's how we do it. You!
Surely you can do far better than that! It's now! Let us end this quickly! This will not end well for you. You have forced my hand!
Oh gosh. Oh, I don't like this guy chasing me. Yeah. Okay. I realize I don't know what I'm doing.
There! You will! I'm in need of help!
You should never have come.
Oh, I didn't use my paralysis. That would have been a good thing to do.
Help me. They're everywhere. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
Alright. Save the game. Alright. Let's put the paralysis... Whoop. Maneuver. Alright, you know what? Let's stay here. That works. That really does work for me, because it's like...
Let's make this quick! Now you see true power! Oh, no, there is no hope for you now! And that!
Alright, I mean, I said Alistair on fire, but it's fine.
This will not end well. Cut them down! You will pay for that! Turn and run!
Okay, that went way better. Not exactly sure what I did that was so much better. Because the paralysis did nothing. Yep, more dudes up here. Yeah, we want the paralysis to be, like, there. And then don't just... Why does he run? That's my... Oh, I guess the reason he runs is because he's trying to do something that he's not in range to do.
Gotcha!
Problem is, as soon as I flame these people, they logically enough figure out that they should be attacking me. Oh, still going. Gonna take you out, buddy. Alright, going good, going good. Oh, except... Yeah, let's get rid of this archer.
Take that! Be gone! This is a waste of time!
Okay. The old guy's not holding up super great, but that's pretty much to be expected. But I saw some loot down here.
What do we do now?
Move out of the way so I can loot this guy. Okay, I can do that. Dude, loot the guy. Don't just look at it, eat it. Why is this not... Ugh.
What do we do now?
Okay, whatever, it's fine.
As you say.
Nope. Oh. Okay, cool environment. Oh, where are you? Oh, I don't like I don't like the looks of this place. Okay. We need to Winter's Grasp on archers. I want... Ah, fuck. You can't go that... they're too smart. I can't go right after the archers. That's fine. Oop. Alright, buddy.
Now you die.
Oop. Okay. Wow, okay. Yeah, I don't know what this guy can do, but... Yeah. Alright, so look. I can't do what I was thinking of doing. Alistair has to do it. You go... I don't know which of these is better. You go shield pummeling archer, and I will... I can't see anyway. I'll winter grasp this guy. Oh, see behind cover.
help?
Oop. Oh shit. Okay. Am I dead already? This trap is fucking bad news. Wow. That trap was not good. Alright, you motherfuckers.
Now you see true power! Clumsy! You will pay for that!
Hide behind this guy. How do you like that?
You have forced my hand!
Ah, fuck! Is this guy gonna win the battle by himself? That would be really nice. Fuck, I think he did. Unless he didn't. Wow, he actually did. What a hero. Tower guard, a man who does not even have a name. Nope, stop, nope, stop. Can one of you do this? Probably not, you're all big meatheads. Alright, whatever. Alistair can just break it open. None of you are rogues. It's fine.
Hmm?
Yeah, wow. Okay, I cannot believe how tough that fight is. Oop. Someone's right in here. Well, whoever it is, go do something to it. I don't know. Oh my god, they're coming from the... Oh no.
Now you die!
Why did I switch guys? That seems like a super bad idea.
Now you see true power! Die quickly!
That time everyone died but me. Oh, but there's more people. That's real bad. Okay.
For the Great Warden! That's the best thing done. This will not end well. On them!
Okay. Right. Next.
Okay, that at least went better.
As you say.
They call me Deep Mushroom Dean.
It will be done.
So yeah, sometimes when you break open the chest, you break the loot and you don't get it. Wasn't there another door? Where'd that go? Not the same place. Maybe the same place? Yeah, the same place. Okay.
Very well.
Oh. I think it doesn't do what I tell it to do because I have tactics telling it to do something else.
Like that.
I think that's a big part of the problem.
So many. This is a waste of time. You have forced my hand. You want to die, don't you? I knew we could not lose.
I should have the tactics do like things like
It will be done.
like the death magic skill that's a passive that you just keep doing every minute. No, that time I screwed up the chest by trying to break it. Yeah, I should do stuff like that you're just going to automatically do no matter what the circumstances, but I should take off casting specific spells. Because that I'm going to want to do depending on
What are
myself.
the Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
Well, they came up through the bottom chambers. They foreshadowed that. They were like, there's a basement or whatever. We didn't know that. And we're going to send some guys down there and see what's there. And obviously, it was bad things. Alright, well, I think Alistair will appreciate me trying to be funny back at him, or maybe he won't. Maybe he's that type of person.
Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. We'll laugh about this later. At any rate,
He went
we need
with
to
it.
hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Tyron Loghain will be waiting for the signal.
Okay, we got some loot. Okay, it's all fine, perfectly normal. My computer crashed 3 times today. Just what happens. Remind me to save after every battle, because this shit happens. Exactly. Okay. Whoop. Where are they? They're in the door. Okay, and there's also guides over here, but let's go in the door. Can I not put it? Can I not put it there? Is it? Hey, okay, that worked. That worked. That worked. I like how that worked.
Now you see true power. This is it.
Oop. Set all my guys on fire, and he was already dead. That's awesome.
There is no hope for you now.
All right, it wasn't too bad. They're fine. I guess, I don't know. I don't think that's why my computer crashes, because it always crashes. When you're streaming games from 2008, you want the ultimate quality. Look at this, though. It really doesn't look that bad. If I asked you what year this was from, you might not guess that old. Look at it. Alright, let's deal with these dudes around the corner. Put it right there. Can't help but notice it didn't do anything.
Take that! Let's grab some glory!
Gonna toast everyone again, it's fine. Oh, I can toast all the archers. Fuck.
There is no hope for you now! Let us end this quickly!
Yeah, I have to get this fucking thing to stop interrupting my fucking shit. I'm gonna do it right now, in fact. Because I'm getting frustrated. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. The faces and stuff. I mean, they don't look terrible, but yeah. But that's always the case. It's always the last thing to look good as a person, because your human brain is very attuned to how faces work, how people work, more so than environmental stuff. So yeah, I think the only one of these I actually want is not Drain Life. Death Magic. Just keep always using that. And the actual spells I'll do myself. I guess let's move that one up to... Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm assuming the Tower Garden Soldier, who is not going to be in my game for very long. That's just a guess. No, it's my computer. I might just have to bite the bullet. I have bad memory. That's the thing, because I've done a memory test and it gets errors. If I'm gonna do this, I may have to just bite the bullet and get new memory, because this is the 4th time today, and the 4th time since Bernie started streaming, so like the 4th time in a couple hours. I have to do all these fights again, and right after I said I'm gonna save after every battle, I didn't do it. Motherfuckers. Critic was a great show. I can kind of see why it wasn't mass appeal necessarily, but it's a shame it didn't catch on.
It will be done.
The Simpsons crossover episode is still great. Oh, that would have been interesting. Oh, bad guy's in here, right? Oh, as soon as I open the door, okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to do what I just did again. That's fine. I don't think I can friendly fire this. I don't know.
There is no hope for you now! I knew we could not lose!
Alright, see, that went a lot better when I can actually control my freaking guy.
Very well.
Alright, now save. I'm actually gonna do it. It's a shame because I got a great deal on this memory, but it was garbage. I should have known from how cheap it was.
Flee while you can! That's it! Now you die!
This is it! Down you go! A bit more time!
Now you die!
tried to get up my fire, well, like 20 times. Was it just constantly being interrupted? I don't know.
Now you fall!
What is that? What am I even doing when I do that? Alright, whatever. I'm confused what my guy is doing when I'm trying to cast Flame Blast. Yes, okay, good idea. Ooh, ballistas. Ooh, I'm gonna go that way. Why is there a ballista there? Oh! Why did that happen? Who did that? That's hilarious. I stepped in front of the ballista and it just shot me. And I don't know why. I was probably supposed to use those ballistas to attack them. Ooh, discarded book. What does that mean?
As you say.
Let's just look real quick. Oh, so when you go down, you get injured. So it's not like you get back up and you're okay. Alright, I'm not gonna read that right now.
Yes. Of course.
Ooh, lesser injury kit. That sounds like exactly what I need. Can I use it right now? Cool. Yeah, I totally was supposed to use the ballistas in that fight, because why else would they be there? Very amusing. Nope.
All right.
Okay, that glyph did.
There is no
fuck
hope
off.
for you now. Think you good enough to fight me?
Set everybody on fire.
Take that! Let's make this quick! There's so many! Attack! Flee while you can! For the Grey Warden! Now you fall!
Okay, fights are going better. Still a little confused. Why'd they give me so many locked chests in a place where I don't have a rogue to open them? Am I not supposed to go here? This seems like the place to go, yep.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
Yeah, I'm sure that was not a save, so I won't. Y'all got something to say?
Now?
Great contribution.
We must get to the top of the tower.
Yep.
We need to get to the beacon. The king needs Loghain to charge.
Okay, none of you have anything. Pile of bones. What about dem bones? Oh, got some arrows. I don't feel like giving inventory to these schmucks who I'll surely never see again. I'll give them to someone else later. Okay. Let's... I mean, they rush you. The only problem is my guys rushing them also.
Hey, watch it! Just die already! Flee while you can!
Yeah, I think...
Now you die! As you say. Now you see.
Look at me, alright. I got shit going on there.
Just die already! Let us end this quickly! Clumsy!
This is more fucking like it. I am getting the hang of this, and I am burdening people. Yep. Yeah, that is the thing about the combat. It seems like it's swingy. Because it's very quick and there's not much necessarily separating. Whoop. There's not much necessarily separating a win from a loss because it all happens so quick. Do my usual gambit here. I'll stop him. That in the middle is good, I think, because like I said, my guys rush them.
As you say. Very well. This part takes forever. This will not end well for you. There is no hope for you now.
That lever over there. It will release the hounds. That lever over there. It will release the hounds.
Release the hounds.
Let us end this quickly. Is that it?
Okay, done with you now.
All right, I released the fucking hounds. I mean, I set everyone on fire, but it's fine. Yeah, swingy like one. You either win overwhelmingly or get wiped out overwhelmingly. It's a lot of butterfly effect. Oh, now I'm him? That's not what I meant. Ooh, I can level up and he can level up. I think 25 is enough for like my 3rd level spells, which I don't even have yet, so I don't need to keep putting into magic when it's 4 spells that I can't get anyway. Maybe I'll get some lightning. So I'll have something to do when I'm not. Or should I upgrade? You know what? I think this is good. Control. Oh. Oh, wow. I get a bunch of points. Okay. Okay. So then I will get the lightning. Now I got one more. Man, how am I going to keep track of all these spells? Oh. Flaming weapons. Sounds good. I don't know. An Alistair. Yeah, it doesn't seem to hurt them that much. All right. He's got to do more weapon and shield stuff. Oh, okay. This strength stuff. Yeah, he definitely wants to do that. Oh, come on, dogs. Follow me. They better be following me. Are they? I guess to move, I guess to find out, I should probably move. Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm surprised every time.
There is no hope for you now! Watch it! This will not end well. I will not falter. So shall it be!
Fucking up these fools. Look at all these beautiful dead bodies.
Yes.
Okay, what does this mean? Yeah, okay.
Right.
Oh, Alistair's hurt. Okay. He needs injury kits. This guy needs injury kits. They're all hurt. They've all gone down repeatedly. It's very fair. So... But I care the most about Alistair, so I'll give him... Why is this not doing anything? Ooh, 69, nice, but I'm like almost out of stuff. Almost out of room. I'm gonna have to start looking up what this shit does. Or I can start giving people weapons. I don't know what they're good at, though. It would just be a lot of work. Alistair. Injury kit. Injury kit. Oh, it's got a cooldown? You. Injury kit. Injury kit. You're my boy, Blue. Injury kit. That's all. That's all I got. It's true. This is the first thing called Origins as the actual first thing in the franchise. For their next trick, there'll be a horror franchise where there's a episode called The Final Chapter, and it actually is the final chapter. Oh, perfect. Because Blue needs one. He actually needs two. Now everyone's healed. Amazing. I don't want to be Blue, though. I forgot to play this game. Oh, here we go.
As you say.
Okay.
Now you die. Let's end this quickly. will not falter!
And that...
Yeah, so they say. We'll see.
Yes.
Oop. Alright. They make a little room. Could definitely destroy this. Alright. Onwards and upward. Yes. Oh. Okay, well, we saw this guy. He's a big guy for me. We saw 9 million of them running towards us, but one of them was super large. Let's try the paralysis, because that'll totally work. Now put it where I put it. Idiot. Put it where I'm telling you to put it. Oh, resisted. Who knew?
Let's have at it!
Very well.
Oh, they worked. Shit.
Of course.
Oh. Bunch of my guys are dead, so there's that.
As you
Let's keep setting them on fire, though.
Die quickly! Turn and
This
run!
is real bad. Oh.
Foolish! Be gone!
Hey. Whoop. Okay, okay. I don't think I can set my own guys on fire in this fight. It's a sad lesson I've learned. Lightning is also friendly. Mind blast. That might be good, because this guy's probably stupid. Oh, and flaming weapons. We will definitely want that. Yeah, let's add flaming weapons to the tactics so it's constantly being put on. Yeah, I think I just need more control. My job needs to be to just have him stay in place so that they can beat him up.
As you say.
Take that!
Very well. As you say. Right then. You have forced my hand! Die! Very well.
Okay, done with you now.
Will be done. Let us end this quickly! There is no hope for you now! I knew we could not lose!
Oh, shit. Oh, oh. Yes, 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 yes! I didn't really see that well, but it was super
Let's
cool.
light it quickly before it's too late.
Gotta get rid of some more stuff now. Well, is he gonna wear this shield? Probably, right? Not really. Get rid of this. Why can't he equip this? He's got 20 strength. Yeah. Get rid of that. Beacon. Alright, that's the last thing. Couple of barrels.
Very well. Of course.
Now I'm probably out of room again. Yeah. Tribal neck. Oh. It's a gift for somebody, so I want to keep that. Helmet. That sounds boring. Is there anything on his body? I feel like... Ooh, emerald. Oh. That's probably worth something. Alright, let's light the beacon. Sure, it's gonna go great.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
Okay, so he is abandoning the Grey Warden and the army to die. Oh no! Oh, the king, he was so cool. Oh, that sucks. Look. Wow, I think the king is dead. Duncan seems to... Well... Seriously? Nah, you're okay. Alright. Oh. Well. That went poorly.
Ah,
Nope,
your
never
eyes
mind. That
finally
went
opened.
amazing.
Mother shall be pleased. You were injured, and then Mother rescued you. Do you not remember?
Well, I know what happened to the king. It's possible my character doesn't know, but...
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man
What about
who was
Tower
to
Guard
respond
and
to your
Soldier?
signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well. All dead. Your friend has veered between denial and grief.
The king was super cool.
He is outside by the fire.
He loved the Grey
Mother asked to
Wardens.
see you when you
He
awoke.
treated me like a normal person, even though I'm an elephant and nobody. All he wanted to do was hang out with the soldiers and be a normal guy. That really sucks. Her mother wants to see me. Captain Janeway.
I do not know. She rarely tells me her plans. Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The Darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal. He is, as you are. I suppose it would be unkind to say he is being childish. I do not mind. Take your time. We are safe, for the moment. Mother's magic keeps the Darkspawn away. Once
Wow.
you leave, 'tis uncertain what will happen. The
So
Horde
Mother's
has moved
like
on, so you
the
might
most powerful person in the world?
I wonder at that myself. But she tells me nothing. Perhaps you were the only ones she could reach. I would have rescued your king. A king would be worth a much higher ransom than you.
That's probably true, but maybe he was already dead.
Who says I would ransom for coin? Gold has its uses, I suppose, but power buys far more.
She's pretty smart.
She turned into a giant bird and plucked the two of you from atop the tower, one in each talon. If you do not believe that tale, then I suggest you ask Mother yourself. She may even tell you.
I don't appreciate the sarcasm right now.
Only stragglers that are long gone. You would not want to see what is happening in that valley now. Are you sure you want me to describe it?
Fucking yes.
I had a good view of the battlefield. 'Tis a grisly scene. There are bodies everywhere, and darkspawn swarm them, feeding, I think. They also look for survivors and drag them back down beneath the ground. I cannot say why.
I mean, the most obvious thing is they become darkspawn themselves. No one ever said that, though.
If you are willing to run into the midst of the horde, perhaps.
Then again, they don't seem to really know how darkspawn get made, so it's entirely possible.
I do not know who this Lothering even is. Perhaps ask Mother of it. I agree. 'Tis time you speak with Mother, then be on your way.
I'm gonna have to dump a lot of stuff from my inventory. So I just got like 8 things. Or did I? I hope I did. I hope I didn't lose them because I was already full.
Yes.
You must speak to Mother, then be gone. You have an army of darkspawn to avoid, and 'twould be best to get an early start.
I'll say that I'm curious to know how she responds to actually being a normal, nice person.
You were welcome. Though
Yeah, she
Mother
seemed
did
to like
most
it.
of the work, I am no healer. I will stay and make something to eat.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I paid her that compliment. She seems in a better mood now. Wonder what's in that chest. Wonder what's in that chest, you know what I mean? I'm on fire. Oh, he's on fire.
Here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive.
Oh, maybe that's the flaming weapons?
I thought you were dead for sure. Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it
Well,
not?
apparently you turned into a giant fucking bird and saved us from a zombie army.
Well, We cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these dark spawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The archdemon.
It is said that long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancients to
So
winter
many
in
chat
Imperium
options
to
in this
slumber
game.
in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history. Me, I am just an old woman who lives in the wilds. I know
Dude,
nothing of
you're
blights and
the most
darkspawn.
powerful person
Well,
here, if not
whatever
anywhere.
Logain's insanity, he obviously thinks the dark spawn are a minor threat. We must warn everyone this isn't the case.
And who will believe you? Unless you think to convince this Logain of his mistake.
He just betrayed his own king. If Al Eamon knew what he did at Ostagar, he would be the first to call for his execution.
I don't know who that is, but sounds like a plan.
Al Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men.
Oh, okay.
And he was Kaelin's uncle.
Okay.
I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
See, there is a smart lad.
Of course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens. Now that you mention it, I do have one more thing to offer.
Okay.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining
Yes,
them.
yes, 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 yes.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
So she's saying it's a burden on us.
Pardon me, but I had the impression that you two needed assistance, whatever the form.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Oh, who
but
cares about these
won't this
stupid
add to our
rules?
problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left
Exactly.
you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens. Do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens.
Her
I
things
suggest
are
village north of the
big
wilds is
stick.
our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours. I may have answers. Ask.
Are you really her daughter? Her daughter. That's interesting thought. They seem similar personality-wise. I would think she is, but
'Twas she who raised me, and thus I consider
Yep,
her my
I
mother.
guess she
born
isn't,
from her
technically.
womb or not. 'Tis what you meant, yes? Mother was alone long before I came, and will be so long after I am dead. Such is her choice, though I suspect she would claim the choice was made
Morgan
for her.
here is Claudia Black from Farscape. Flemeth is Kate Mulgrew.
From time to time, I have been to the village I mentioned, watched its people, and pondered what curious beings they are. On occasion, I purchased goods from the village merchants. There I spoke with men a little. There they stared and knew me as an outsider. Mother wishes for me to expand the horizon of my experience beyond the wilds. Even she was not born here. What I want is to see mountains. I wish to witness the ocean and step into its waters. I want to experience a city rather than see it in my mind. So, yes, this is what I want. Actually, leaving is harder than I thought, however. Perhaps Mother is right. It must simply be done quickly. I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have also studied history and your Grey Warden treaties.
What is
Can
that?
you cook?
I can cook, yes.
Not sure where anyone is going with this.
Right, my cooking will kill us. That's all I meant.
I also know at least 15 different poisons that grow right here in this marsh. Not that I would suggest 'tis at all related
Space!
to cooking.
That's right, I forgot it was him.
The real question is how we are going to get your friend past the Darkspawn, is it not?
That's true. We can sense the dark
Thank you,
spawn.
Arville.
Conversely, they can sense us.
And hello, Grey Warden. I imagine you know what's happening in this game. I don't, so don't tell me, but glad to see you here.
You won't right away. No. It takes time. We should
That's
be able
correct.
to sneak past smaller groups, but
I
larger
knew.
ones, or particularly intelligent darkspawn, will always detect us.
Mother has given me something else for them to smell instead as we pass by.
Yeah, I mean,
It is
I
important we head
played
out
a
of the wilds,
tiny
however,
little
not
bit
farther in.
many years ago. I didn't even get this far. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could tell it's awesome. The characters and the dialogue and the world. I mean, it's super interesting.
They come from underground, like an eruption. They broke through deep within the forest, and that is where they will be most concentrated. 'Tis a small place of little consequence called Lothering. No more than a stop along your Imperial Highway where travelers purchase goods from local farms and smiths. I would go more often were it not for the town's chantry. It makes the village particularly intolerant and unpleasant for a stranger such as me.
A chantry? And they never in all this time thought that maybe you were a witch.
Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. They found nothing. I mention it for its tavern, where travellers gather with news from other places. 'Tis small enough that our appearance might go unnoticed. Beyond that, 'tis close, and I know the way. Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Yeah, I can see how this game could be your life because there's so many chat options. Sometimes you can get through all of them, but sometimes if you choose one, you cut off all the others. And there's so many... I mean, the codex is extremely thorough. It's totally easy to miss things because every person can potentially be someone who can talk to and either give you a quest or just be someone who has something interesting to say, even if it says soldier or knight. You know, so yeah, you're probably constantly discovering new things about this game. Yeah, well, yeah, I wanted to sort of have the most plot lines going, and I know, you know, in the little I've played of this game, two things I know is that elves are discriminated against and mages are also discriminated against, so I'm like, I want to have all the plot lines, so I made an elf mage. Okay. Oh, okay, so I have this thing, which is in Redcliffe. And that's where I'm thinking I want to go anyway. Seems like the most logical first step if this guy is the king's uncle and he should be the easiest person to kind of get on side. Can I go back in? Need the key. Are you
The
going to say
time has
anything
come to leave the wilds. Do you not agree?
What do you need? Ask away.
I'm gonna get this guy's life story right now. Okay, we're doing it.
Did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
Thank you, Gray. I appreciate it. Oh, you're so snarky.
Well, it wasn't until I was 8 that I discovered you didn't have to lick yourself clean. Old habits die hard, you know. And my table manners, too. Though, come to think of it...
All right, are we just doing a comedy bit, or are you actually going to tell me...
Or did I dream all of that? Funny the
where you
dreams
come
you'll
from.
have when you sleep on a cold, hard ground, isn't it?
Just going somewhere. It's just going somewhere I'm going to hit you. I'm definitely... Oh, all these options are funny. Okay.
Point taken. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young.
All right.
Even wasn't my father.
Another reason to go to Redcliffe.
And put a roof over my head. He was good to me. And he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough. I was young and resentful and not very pious. Of course I blamed him. I remember screaming at him like a little child. Well, I was a child, so I doubt he was surprised. Our Lehman eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her.
I guess I'll
Anyhow,
see. I'll have to figure
the
out
new
for
Elector
myself whether
resented the
he
rumors which
likes
pegged
me
as
joking
his
with him or
bastard.
whether
They weren't true, but of course they
he thinks
existed.
that's his job.
The Isle didn't care.
So I'll have to monitor the approval.
So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10. Just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me. Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Isle came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming. Yes, I'm quite sure. At any rate, I don't look anything like him, you'll see for yourself. Not that it stopped the rumors any. All I know is that the
I
Jarl
meant to
is a
ask
good
him
man,
if he knew who
well
his
loved
father
by the
was. I picked the
He
wrong
also
thing. I
was
meant to ask
King
that.
Hamon's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
Alright, so I can see his I can see his approval rating. Is this it? This looks like it. Plus 10. Okay. And plus 8. Yeah. Yeah, good reminder, Gray, especially since my computer crashes. I have 2 gifts. I don't suppose one of them happens to be for her? What were they? Let's get rid of this. I mean, one of them was a bone. I know what that's for. Although, the dog trainer guy said meet me after the battle, so I don't know how I'm going to get the dog. But didn't I have something else that was a gift? Am I really going to look through 70 things right now? What about the emerald? Didn't I get that off the... Oh, here it is. Oh, tribal necklace. Huh. Is that for her? Is there any way to know? I guess I'll leave it. Maybe she'll say, oh, I wish I had a necklace.
Have you not left yet? I hope you are not hanging about for some stew.
I love stew.
I prefer to remain here. Considering what the world has done to me, I have already done more than it deserves.
You're more powerful than we are. That's 120%
It is not a matter
true.
of power. No one person in all of Thedas has enough power to stand against a blight. Were that the case, sending you two would be quite the jest. What is important is that you are both Grey Wardens. Your task is to unite the land, inspire its men, and turn them from their petty politics to face the archdemon. In that, you are more powerful than I by far. I am but an old woman whom the world has largely forgotten. That is between the world and me. Your business is elsewhere. Questions, questions. One would think a Grey Warden would be more interested in action. Looking for new spells. Secrets you think old Flemeth has cooked up over the years. Well, they're of no use to you without years of practicing my ways. I am not like your circle with its books, you see. Not that I would mind a handsome lad to order around for a year or
so. Oh.
If I were you, I'd take the Darkspawn.
That's where Morgan gets that from.
Since before I was wrinkled and old. You may think it strange, but I was once young and beautiful, just as Morrigan is now. Yes, men desired Flemeth then, and some even killed for her.
Wow, numbers 2 and 3 are harsh.
I am not, nor was I then. It dictated all that followed. But enough. You have your task to complete. Have a moment's peace for once. I hear the peace of the grave is eternal. This is the thanks I get for feeding you and putting up with you for this long. May your child one day treat you the same.
Feed me, she says. Without me, I swear, she shall be caked in dirt and eating tree bark inside of a month.
About the Darkspawn? Then hear this. I laugh at a world full of stupid humans who ignore the Blight's evil and abandon their vigilance to chase mortal goals. Remember, it is up to you to destroy the Blight. Pray not for someone else to destroy it. It will always nip at your heels. Then we are done. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some dinner to eat.
It's hard to believe that they're not blood related when they seem so similar. What is this? Oh, you know what? This is a mod I added. It's like respec or something. Whoop. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, please go ahead. That's why we stream. Alright, well, nothing else to do here, so yeah, let's go. Oh, okay. So I'm here. I don't know what this is. Morgan wants me to go here. Red Cliff is where we're going to end up going. Alright, so yeah, that's fine. Let's go to like this nearby town. What is this? I don't know what that is. Oh, that's just a map of this one area. That's not helpful. Hello. Good. So yeah, I assume Morgan knows what she's talking about, and
And I expect each of you to
she
supply
says.
these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly.
There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most...
Are you
fortuitous.
somebody important, or are you just saying this?
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this.
Or the Banorn.
I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Van Tegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Van Tegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, your Majesty?
Okay, Bantegan, that's a possible ally we could have. What? I was wondering how they would resolve this. How does... How does this... What? Hey... Okay. This all seems bad. We're going.
All right, let's go! Oh no, you don't! As you say, just die already! Yes.
Now we get our hands dirty.
You wanna die, don't you?
Yeah, I tried. I got my Winter's Grasp. I do that a lot. I'm still pretty confused when a fight starts. So is this the same dog? It's gotta be. Why would they go through that whole thing? If it wasn't, I'll pretend it is.
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
I guess she wouldn't be into it. Wow. Tough. Big decision right here. You want me to name it dog? Fido, Snoopy. Got it. Ooh. Now he's in the Codex. Oh, holy bunch of characters. Oh, I guess as I find out more about a person, their thing gets updated. Oh, okay. So the queen was the power behind the throne. So this was totally a coup. Kothrian. Okay, this must be the person who he told. Who he told to order the army to retreat. She didn't seem too thrilled about that order. Alright, here's Mr. Brumbiscuit's entry. Duncan is dead. Okay, that wasn't 100% clear. Aemon, the maternal uncle. It would probably be better if he was the paternal uncle. Then he'd have a better claim to being the king himself. But maybe he still has power and influence. Alright, this is Flemeth's story, which I'm interested in, but not right now. Oh, okay, so this guy Tegan has his own entry, so he must be important. He is the brother of Aemon. Okay, so he's also an uncle. Okay. So these are definitely two allies I might have. And then this shield I have that I'm probably going to give to someone else because I don't think I can use it. Alright, alright. Am I here? Am I at the actual city? Because it kind of acted like I was halfway in between. I hope I'm just here.
Wake up, gentlemen! More travelers to attend to. Led by an elf, of all things.
They don't look much like them others. You know, maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers!
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
Oh.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone?
Oh, these guys looked official.
A simple
You're
10
telling me
silvers
they're
and you're free to move on.
criminals? I'll play dumb.
Indeed, for the upkeep of the Imperial Highway. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? You want to pay more? Well, we'll happily accept donations.
Oh, can I use my super talking?
Wouldn't such a caravan be well guarded?
What's a good answer here? Well, why would the guards be killed by Darkspawn, but the people wouldn't? I'll go with the first one.
A common ruse. Well, we'll not be tricked so easily.
A whole caravan, right for the picking.
Go on your way. We've got work to do.
Okay, cool. So long, suckers! I got a new quest. Deal with the bandits taking advantage of travelers. Well, I did that. Oh, can I pet the dog? Answer, yes. Now he's on fire. He's on fire. Oh, okay. Because he's a weapon, essentially, I guess. Morgan's on fire. Need to get rid of stuff. I don't need this shield. I could kill them. Well, that's why I took talking. Okay, anything that's tier 1, I'm gonna get rid of. This is tier nothing. So gone. This is tier nothing. So gone. And then we'll take these, whatever this is, I don't know. Okay. Hello, Mr. Brumby. Oh. Oh, was that their stuff?
Very well.
Now you fall! There is no hope for you now! You want to die, don't you?
All right, we surrender. We're just trying to get by before the Darkspawn get us all.
Ooh, this shoddy operation's pathetic. I could do better. Can I run a criminal gang?
Right. I guess so. I'm sorry.
Now you die. I want some questions answered. You'll follow my lead. That's interesting. Well, always ask for questions to be answered.
Well, what could I tell you? We aren't even from these parts. It's packed full. The band took his men north with Tear and Loghain, so there's no one looking out for it except a few Templars at the Chantry. Well, I was just trying to feed my family, you know?
Yeah, that's what everyone says.
Couple, maybe. A group of wounded ash warriors came by earlier. Got right out of their way.
Oh, I think ash warriors were guys with dogs.
Well, watching for folks fleeing from the south. Chasing from the wilds and farmholders, mostly.
I'd love
There aren't soldiers here anymore, so we
I'd love to know
help
why they
ourselves.
attacked me. Was it because I
Try
opened
not
that
to
chest?
hurt anyone too much. Everyone's saying how the Grey Wardens betrayed the king during the Darkspawn fight. Got him and themselves killed.
Oh, interesting.
Turn Loghain pulled out just in time. First thing he's doing as regent is putting a bounty on Grey Wardens.
Oh, wow. This guy's super evil. He's saying we betrayed the king.
Well, then let me go. Yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers. The rest is in the chests we brought. I swear.
If I ask them to join me, that's not going to happen, right? Because this is like, I don't know how many people we killed, but it started off being like 6 people. What's going to happen if I do this?
What are you joking, right? I could never be a soldier. I'm not going down without a fight.
Oh, I didn't think he was actually going to kill me over that.
Next. Right then. So shall it be. Flee while you can. Now you see true power. Very well.
Nope. He found something. Does he actually do useful shit? I didn't even have any reason to talk to him. I was going to pet him again. He just found something useful? Huh. Alright, I'm going to have to look at that later. 72 of 70. Surveyor. Oh, I can wear a ring. Great. Oh, okay, so this tells me who it's for. It's for Win. So the fact that this doesn't tell me who it's for means oh, anyone. It says it. So if I want to get someone's approval up, like you.
A fine gift. You have my thanks.
All right. Still gotta get rid of stuff. Get rid of that. Alright, I guess I'll do for now. Hopefully in this town there'll be a merchant. Oop. Got a new quest here. Let's see what that is. Bring it to Lothering. Okay, that's fine. So I came from that way. Yeah, I must have. Small shield. This is what you got yourself killed over? I'm not even gonna take this. Can I take this stuff? Because I... Okay, good. So it's like 70 separate things. I can have 90 health potions and they're all going to count as one thing.
Well,
that's good.
There it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right.
Damn, son.
Very creepy. Forget I asked.
She doesn't mean that at all. I haven't seen him be sad. She's talking about how, I mean, I guess maybe it was when it was unconscious.
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
Yep. Let's hear what his opinion
This
is.
should be good.
I think what Flemeth suggested is the best idea. These treaties, have you looked at them?
What's going on? Well, last thing that happened... Oh, you were here when I met the bandits. I talked my way past them, but then when I opened up their chest, they attacked me. I said they could join my group. They said we'd rather die, so I killed them. That was it. Have I looked at them? I didn't know I had that
The
option.
treaties, the ones we got from Flemeth. With these, we will be able to ask for assistance. Maybe even raise an army. There are 3 main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Arleman is our best bet for help. We might even want to go to him first.
Yeah, I did get a mod. I have not played this game, so no spoilers. So I just went to a website and whatever mods they said to get, that's what I got. So this is one of them which apparently makes their armor more consistent with the other games. Doesn't mean anything to me, but it was on the website, so I got it. Yeah, I think we should go to him first, but I guess let's ask Morgan what she thinks we should do. We're a democracy.
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him. The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage
Yeah,
of an
great.
army
That's what
and
I'm thinking. I feel like that's what the plot is telling me to
and I
do.
gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the Darkspawn are upon us.
All right, both of you calm down.
Short of leaving Ferelden to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress, and that's thousands of miles away. I can give you directions, if you like.
Oh. I mean, I feel like I have a map that tells me, but okay.
He'll be at the Castle Redcliffe, in the far western part of Ferelden, next to the mountain passes. If he isn't there, someone will be able to tell us where he is. If he isn't out in the field with his army, he's probably going to be at the palace in Denerim. We can go to Denerim, but somehow I suspect that they're not going to let us just walk around. Only a suspicion, of course.
Yes, she's very sarcastic. Like I said, it's hard to believe that she's not actually related to her mother because they seem very similar.
If we head eastward, towards the Brazilian forest, we should hear word of one of the clans that wanders that area. Hopefully, they will still be there. We would need to speak to their king in Orzammar. That means heading west into the Frostback Mountains, which won't be easy. Technically, the Circle of Magi is independent. We don't know that the Chantry won't support us, of course.
You truly believe that?
If we speak to the first Enchanter, he should see that his responsibility to the Grey Wardens supersedes anything the Chantry or even Teyrn Loghain might have to say about it. Then you have a plan.
The first Enchanter seemed okay.
Fair
that
enough.
is possible.
Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
Need something? I don't generally talk to strange elves who wander in here.
I don't know why you put it that way.
I don't know you. Why shouldn't I have something against you? We've got enough strangers overrunning us. Nothing but trouble.
All right, this guy's asking for it.
No. Beg pardon and all. I should mind my manners.
Ha!
Can't promise I'm going to answer them. What isn't? We got chastened barbarians in every farmholder south of Callanhard running from the Darkspawn. Not that they'll be safe here with the army gone. You could talk to the Elder, though she's got her hands full getting everyone on their way. For now, most folks go to Sir Bryant. He's head of the Chantry's Templars.
Great, they're super cool.
He's gone to war and taken all his soldiers, leaving us to fend for ourselves. There's not going to be much left when he returns, if he returns. What? You mean they're gone? Well, goody for you. Now there's no one to drive off the blighted refugees. Sir Brian'll be glad, though. He's been talking about offering a reward for anyone who'd run them out.
Awesome.
Don't let me stop you.
What a
I don't like
douche
this
nozzle.
place. Why did we come here?
Because your parents hate you. Is there a merchant? That's my first priority. Well, I don't know, because I don't have a map, because I don't know. Fair enough. First, let's loot everyone's shit.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest? Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps. You would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates.
Oh,
Mages
this
outside
shit
of the
again?
tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read
Nobody
that in a book somewhere,
cares.
did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
I wish he would shut up about how the laws of his country apply to people who are not in his country. It doesn't make sense.
Where can we go? This is no better than what we left.
Gonna dump that. I need a merchant so I can not constantly be up against this 70 limit. Where's the shield? That should be fine. Look. What's happening?
I want to go home.
As if we needed more fighting here. Don't you see how scared everyone is?
Is he mad
Mother
that
says
I
we have to run before the bad men
killed the
get here.
bandits?
Please, we came here to get away from the fighting.
Yeah, no, I do understand why there are these laws about the
We needed
mages,
more fighting here. Don't you see how scared everyone is?
but it's just weird to me that he acts like she agreed to them. If she wanted to agree to them, she would
Can't believe
live
that Kunari creature isn't
in the
dead
city. That's why she doesn't.
yet. Where can we go? This is no better than what we left.
It will be done.
I'm scared. When are we going home?
Alright, refugees are gonna say a bunch of refugee
Knights have come
things.
through here searching for some holy artifact. Not one of them stopped to help.
A few knights have come through here searching for some holy artifact. None of them stopped to help.
Okay, wonder what
I
that
bet those
is.
bandits are back again. Why don't the Templars kill them?
Done and done.
You there. If you're looking for safe shelter, I'll warn you, there's none to be found. Move on if you can. Lothering's lost. We've had refugees streaming from the south for the last 2 days. The Chantry and Tavern are full to bursting. There simply isn't enough food to go around, and we Templars can barely keep order. You'd be better off elsewhere, my friend. I'm just warning you, things may not be as hospitable as you would expect. People are frightened. The band has marched north with Tern Logain, so Lothering's on its own. Most folks look to Elder Miriam. Otherwise, you could speak to Sir Bryant in the Chantry, I suppose.
Okay.
It's up to you.
I already knew this. Are you special? No.
As if we needed more fighting here. Don't you see how scared everyone is?
It's just a guess, but I'm thinking everyone in Lothering is aware of the approaching Darkspawn horde.
Whoop, what's this? This looks like something.
I'm scared. When are we going home?
No?
Greetings to you, good sir. If it isn't too much to ask, might you spare some bread or anything? We thought it would be safer in Lothering, that the Terran would bring his soldiers here. But bandits attacked us and took everything. Our food, our clothes, my daughter's pet lamb. Nobody cares about a few elves like us. Surely you understand. You killed them?
That's wonderful news. Perhaps our belongings are still there.
I can't thank you enough, friend. Even if we don't get everything back, it's good to know others will be safe.
Whoop. I was prepared to give you money, but you walked away. Ooh. Not full, right? Yeah. Okay, what's this kid's story?
Have you seen my mother? She's really tall, and she has red hair. We live on a
That
big farm.
does not sound familiar. I don't think.
Men with swords came, and Mother told me to run to the village as fast as I could.
Yeah,
so
I don't think I met anyone
said
like
she'd
that.
be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her. He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
Well, this all sounds bad.
Mother said I wasn't to go with anyone. I'm supposed to wait for her here, in the village.
Well, I'll give him money. I could tell him to go to the Chantry, which is probably just as good, but it's a little more concrete help.
Wow.
Oh, it's only 1 silver? Oh, okay.
Are you really an elf?
That is a stupid question.
Father says elves aren't very nice, but you're nicer than everybody here. Thank you for helping me.
Tell everyone else are great. Okay, bye. All these freaking situational things, resistance to this, resistance to that. I don't know how much room I'm going to have for them. We should totally like DPS. I'm going to get rid of this. Yeah, a lot of wailing and lamentations. It's another kid.
The Chanters are still operating their board. Now that's dedication.
And Eileen spoke unto the masses, my hearth is yours, my bread is yours, my life is yours. For all who walk in the sight of the Maker are one.
Hello?
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
He can't answer you. He's chanted Devons. One of them's that can only say the chant of light. His board has letters of good deeds to be doing. My father fixed Widow Allison's roof once, and the charter paid him, he did.
A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and onto the Maker.
So he can only speak in scriptures? No one ever said hello in the scriptures? Okay, whatever.
Unless it's the chant of light, no.
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple recanted. Speak only the word, sing only the chant. Then the golden city is thine, spoke Andraste.
First of all, I doubt she literally meant that you should only say the chant. But I have to go with this. I have to go with this option. That Chanter says what? Chanter says what?
What?
Oh, you got him to speak. Ha!
What hath man's sin wrought?
Oh, he cheated.
Oh my god, I love that they put that in there. And I love that A, that they put that in there, and B, it worked. I wish I could ask him about Bofa or Ligma.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just.
Defend the palace!
Very well.
Bandits. Well, I did this. I can accept that. Real easy. What else?
Mother says we have to run before the bad men get here.
Oh, it's locked.
Back off. I have the right
Oh.
to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close
Is
to my
this
goods and
the leader?
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman? Didn't I mention profit?
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his
she's
pockets.
the...
Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
I have limited supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
Oh, okay, so it sounds like she's not the leader, but she is a priest. I don't think I want to drive off a priest for money. That seems... I think... Dog for the merchant. Yeah. Yeah, it might be the better thing to do in terms of, like, winning the game, but... Yeah, let's have him defend himself a little
Would
bit.
it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
Alright, this is where we do the good talking with the good words. I think you can persuade her into... I don't know what I'm better at. I will try persuade.
Perhaps. If that woman agrees I'm allowed to charge something.
Do what you must. So long as the prices do not beggar the needy.
Fine, fine, done. And since you don't look too needy, normal prices for you.
So, we have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will be impressed.
Thank you for your generous assistance. May the Maker watch over your path.
What's your problem, Morgan? Problem is solved.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something? All right. Just don't buy everything up.
That's definitely not a problem. I am selling, not buying. I guarantee you that. Ooh. Give the beef bone to the dog. That's the first thing. How do I do that? Oh. Okay, so I guess that's just a thing he does sometimes. He can find things. Presumably you have to be in the right place. Right. Yeah. Well, he's already plus 100% approval. Probably because he's a dog. But I'll give him this anyway. I mean, can't go any higher than 100%, but okay. Dog whistle. This item has a unique power. It's not going to tell me what it is it? That's fine. I'll save that for something important. You can't use any of these. It's a gift for someone I haven't met yet. Oh, how do I do this? Can I just do that? Maybe I probably need someone who actually knows how to enchant an item to do that. Oh. I could sell this thing. I could sell that too.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something?
Fashionable shoes or jewelry. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm wondering in terms of...
Alright. Just don't buy everything up.
I have all these... I have all these gemstones. I'm wondering what to do with them. Ooh, +2. It's not bad, but I don't see how I'm going to use it. I think I'm going to sell it. And what else did I say? Unless Morgan... This is gonna take a while, I apologize. I'm just at the point where I have to either use or lose a lot of shit.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something?
The gems are for crafting, okay.
All right. Just don't buy everything up.
Wine, that's probably... Oh, it's for win, okay. It's cheap, though. Alright, let me sell my stuff before I buy stuff. Alright, Morgan, do you want a... I'll sell that. Is she wearing any armor? I think I know the answer to that, actually. Plus 10 metal resistance. I don't know what this means. I think I'm gonna sell it. You have plus 1 willpower, plus 10 metal resistance. Alright, so I can sell this. Could sell mud item. I could sell charm still waters. Oh. Her clothing does do stuff. Hmm.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something? All right. Just don't buy everything up.
Studded leather. That's not as good as the helmet I just gave her. Alright, and the rest of this stuff is strength stuff, so let's look at Alistair.
Right.
Yeah, no, I know. I am assuming that it's really good on building up Alistair's strength so that he can use it. Which is a very high number. But I'm assuming it's worth it. Alright, gloves. Your gloves are way better than those. Boots. Your boots are way better than those. These boots. Your boots are still way better because it does all this shit. Maybe chainmail. It's probably better. Alright, so I can sell all that stuff.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something? All right. Just don't buy everything up.
Hey, do you know what was up with the first merchant who I met who was like, I can sell you stuff or I can sell you my special stuff? And then it didn't seem like he had any special stuff. Did I mess up somehow? Alright, what about his weapons? Axe. Ooh. Again, what he has is just so awesome. Go to the tavern. Okay. Yeah, I think they said to go there anyway. That's like...
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something.
Name Popeye's favorite food.
Chicken!
Alright, I just heard someone play the chicken drop.
All right. Just don't buy everything up.
I suppose it didn't play in the stream. But yeah, I think Morgan said go to the tavern. So I'll do that. Alright. Alright. I think I have some room now. I'm going to have to look up some of what the rest of this stuff does, but at least I can...
You're a big guy.
For you. Pick up more things. Okay. Hey. Taking money. Okay, the tavern. Is that this? But it doesn't make sense, Bernie, because we didn't have chicken when you made that.
The legions of evil are on your doorstep. They will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts. Please, you're scaring the children. Better to
You are
slit
tearing me
their throats now
apart,
than
Lisa!
let them suffer at darkspawn hands. There, one of their minions is already amongst us. This man bears their evil stench. Can you not see the vile blackness that fills him?
You must be fun at parties, am I right?
I watch the Black Horde descend on my people. I will not be silent. Please stop. Somebody shut his mouth.
But isn't he right? The burn left us. We're going to die.
This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us.
What's his problem? Is this because I'm an elf?
My family, my clan, those creatures butchered them all. Some of us fled here, but we cannot escape the darkspawn.
I mean, that's great. I have no problem with it. I wish the actual video would play. Yeah, this guy just wants someone to listen.
Listen to the words of a man tainted by darkspawn.
Maybe not. Maybe my super good talking.
I ran.
Oh, it
My
always
wife
works. It always
screams
works.
as they dragged her off. Why am I here? I should not have come.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
You're a priest. This is your idea of leading the flock. All right. Gotta put the good talk on you.
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't fight. What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim.
Just talk.
King is dead. There is no hope.
I thought I calmed that guy down. Alright, so that's a chantry, okay. Merchant. Chanter's board. Chantry. Allison. Alright, let's see what Allison wants. First of all.
What is going on? What is going on?
I just went the complete wrong way. Awesome. It's this way, right? Yeah, okay.
So tell me something, Morrigan. Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there. No one else.
Mother occasionally had company.
Oh,
What?
Captain Janeway.
Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
Captain Janeway, age ain't nothing but a number.
We're planning
I have
on running
a
that
wonder,
mine until the last minute.
If you will
Felleron's
indulge
orders.
me.
Do I have a choice?
Of the two of you that remain, are you not the senior Grey Warden here? I find it curious that you allow another to lead while you follow.
You find that curious, do you?
In fact, you defer to a new recruit. Is this the policy of the Grey Wardens, or simply a personal one?
What do you want to hear? That I prefer to follow? I do.
You sound so very defensive.
Couldn't you crawl into a bush somewhere and die? That would be great, thanks.
No, she didn't speak, but Morgan is talking about how she had suitors. Is there a pile of filth? That's got to be great. Oop. Precious gemstones in its pile of filth. That's usually how that works. All right, making money by going through the garbage. Can I do anything with a chicken? No.
Name Popeye's favorite food.
Hello.
Thank you.
I don't suppose you know anyone that can make traps?
That can make traps.
Old man Barlin said that Darkspawn may be coming soon. He's got traps on his farm. I figured I'd put a few on my lands. Barlin wants to poison his traps. I just want normal traps. He doesn't have any poison yet, thank the Maker. So his fields are just full of traps.
Oh, so I can steal his traps and give them to you?
None to be had. Barlin has all the traps in the village in his fields.
Whoop. I guess I don't have that option.
I didn't mean to bother you. Sorry.
Oh well. Yeah, is there an easier way to switch besides clicking? I mean, it's fine, but is there an even easier way than clicking? Because I do tend to get a little confused when I switch to someone else, and then a fight starts. Yeah, and it would be nice to, like, in a fight, not have to go over here. That's all? Don't get any spells? that sucks. Pause the game. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Is this a tavern? Oh, helpful refugee. He sounds helpful.
You might not want to go in. Tavern's full, and those soldiers are being a nuisance. Same reason the Chantry's full, packed with people who fled their homes. The tavern keeper's letting folks sleep on the floors, but he can only fit so many. And those soldiers are getting restless.
No, tavern keeper sounds like a good guy.
They're not here to defend us. They were looking for someone before they started drinking. I hear they almost killed a man because they didn't like his face. I wonder if they're deserters from the King's army.
Is it me because the Grey Wardens have been made illegal?
Is there any reason to be happy? With the King dead, them Darkspawn will overrun Lothering before anyone can organise. You'd think those soldiers could at least run off the bandits. I hear someone gave them what they deserved. Wasn't you, was it? It was? Hey, everyone! This is the one who drove out those
was this a
thieving
bad
bastards!
idea? Should
More
I
will
not have
probably
said
come,
that?
but it's good to know some justice is left here. Thank you.
Maybe I shouldn't have attracted attention to myself.
I can't believe the Kunari in that cage isn't dead yet. It's been 3 weeks. Why didn't they just execute him?
The Kunari in that cage. What does that mean?
Please, we came here to get away from the fighting.
How dare you accuse me of In thievery? the wilds we're I saw eating. you take Here the we supplies starve. from my Is car. there no end to our Your grassland fortune? eyes are inept. A chastened would never stoop to petty theft. You marsh folk are all thieves and liars.
Enough! People here are already desperate and frightened. They don't need you two coming to blows.
But what about my food?
I said enough!
Can I talk to anybody? Oh, you.
That marshman stole from me. I know it.
I feel like I missed something.
The carnage we left in the wilds was horrifying.
You do not seem a refugee. Were you part of the army?
Was I part of the army? Look at how I'm dressed. I thought I was going
We've got
to
a bed for the
interfere in
night.
that
You taken
argument,
care
but I guess I
of.
wasn't.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know
Sad
anything of tonics,
sots.
medicines, or herbs.
I think I do. I don't remember, but I guess I'll say
May
it.
be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travellers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best, but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices, I'll scrape together some sort of payment. I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
Maybe I should have said I can make traps, even though I don't think I can do that. But I can do that, right? Not you. Why is this confusing? No, I want my talent. Maybe it's here. Ooh, stats, okay. 7% done. Jesus Christ. Good night, Bernie. Alright, I don't know where to find my talents. I feel like I... Oh, maybe I scrolled... No. I feel like I do have verbalism, but I'm not sure.
As you say.
Let's go.
Alright, everyone stop.
Off I go.
I'm gonna have to go back to the merchant before I'm done here.
A lean harvest, and so many mouths to feed.
So yeah, right, okay, the tavern. I talked to a helpful refugee whose helpfulness was very questionable.
You might not want to go in. Tavern's full, and those soldiers are being a nuisance. It's no trouble. And good luck to you. We could all use some, no?
Yes. I mean, no.
Terran Logain is the new regent.
Can I change my answer?
I heard that he may have had something. To do with the king's death.
I thought Darkspawn killed the king. That doesn't make any sense.
It's probably political nonsense. We'll be lucky if they don't burn down the entire country fighting over the throne.
Did you see the new...
Whoop. I want to hear what he had to say.
Well, look what we have here, men. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Logain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about an elf by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen one?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen,
Am I gonna fuck up this entire
there's
bar?
No need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
Can I talk you out of this in the same way I talk everyone out of everything?
I am not the blind one. I served at Ostagar, where the Tern saved us from the Grey Warden's treachery. I serve him gladly. Enough talk! Take the Warden into custody. Kill this sister and anyone else that gets in your way.
Right. Let's make this quick.
Wow. We're going straight into this, huh? Okay. Are all my spells... Are they all down there? I think they are. Yeah, they're all accounted for. Alright. Soldier Commander. Alright, well, we want to focus on him. Let's... stun him.
Alright, you will not win! Then. You are forced by Your time to die! Let's have at it! Rossi and you shall pay! Defend yourself!
All right,
we have done
won.
well!
We surrender.
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
Alright, well, my main goal here is to make everyone aware that Logain is a liar.
I was there. The Tern pulled us out of a trap. The Wardens led the king to his death. The turd could do nothing.
Take a message to him.
What do you want to tell him?
The Grey Wardens know what really happened. I feel like this is important. He'll pay for what he's done. We're coming for him. He'll have to do better than this. Well, if I say we're coming for him, he'll be prepared. So I'll say we know what really happened, which is a threat, but not a immediate arm yourself up right now threat.
I'll tell him right away. Now, thank you.
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
Well, sisters are doing it for themselves.
I am glad you found it in your heart to offer those men mercy.
Let
me
me
introduce myself.
meant to pick.
I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothering. Oh, I was.
Does that mean?
I joined the Chantry to live a life of religious contemplation. But I am no priest, not even an initiate.
Oh, okay.
They said you were a Grey Warden. I'm surprised you're an elf, but elves must want the Blight defeated as much as humans, no? I know after what happened you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
Oh, interesting. I could lie and I would probably get away with it. But what can she do? I couldn't tell what the fuck happened in that fight.
The Maker told me to join you. Surely, he would not do so without good reason.
That's not a great rationale.
I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it's true. I had a dream. A vision.
More crazy? I thought we were all full up.
Look at the people here. They are lost in their despair, and this darkness, this chaos, will spread. The Maker doesn't want this. What you do, what you are meant to do, is the Maker's work. Let me help.
I would have liked to find out what exactly she does, but whatever, join up.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance. I will not let you down.
I guess she's probably a cleric. She's probably a healer. Sorry, Mr. Brumbiscuit. You'll still be around. You just won't be fighting.
Indeed.
What? Oh, okay. She must have just done some sort of buff. That was dramatic. Let's see if we can get some sort of idea what she does. She's an art. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's funny because in the mission where your friend, the very beginning, the origin, when your friend wants to break into the repository and his girlfriend is a priest, and I was like, oh, she must be a cleric, but she was also a rogue. I guess priests are kind of roguelike in this world. Alright, well, that's fine, because we definitely have bows and arrows we can give you. Got a longbow. Huh. I don't see... Oh, I see. Okay. So that's not normally how it is. I don't see anything about this, even though it's tier 3, I don't see anything about this short bow that's better than this long bow that's tier 2. The damage is better. The crit chance is slightly higher. Armor penetration is nature resistance. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna give it a long bow. I guess I'll hold on to the other bow just in case. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to have both things here. Yeah, good. I may have just sold a bunch of shit she could use. Like gloves and stuff. I'm not gonna worry about it. Can she have 2 daggers? Yeah, why not? I guess I shouldn't use these unless it's important. All right. What's your deal?
You're gonna make more trouble? We've about all we can stand in Lothering now.
Look, I literally walked in the door and these fools attacked me.
Well, those boys were trouble themselves, to tell the truth. Right then, name's Denal. Sorry I can't chat much. As you see, we've a full house. When Tien Logain marched by, he left those fellas behind to look for Grey Wardens. I suppose that's you.
Nope.
I have no qualm with you, whatever the Tien says. My grandfather served. Your secret's safe with me. What can I get you then? There's knights from Redcliffe wandering the countryside, looking for the place where Andraste's sacred ashes
Oh,
are
okay, yeah. They said that knights had been through here looking for an
holding
artifact.
ashes is a myth, and yet these knights say they were sent to find it anyhow to heal Arl Eamon. I didn't even know he was ill. Maybe he has the blight. If so, then times are even darker for Ferelden than any of us thought. Anything else I can get you?
Oh, so the uncle... That's probably Logain probably did that too. The uncle is sick. And that's the artifact that they said that must be the artifact that they said the soldiers came through the town looking for. So Logain's guy is pretty smart. Space?
Some folks aren't happy about Tien Logain being named Regent. There are rumors he had something to do with the king's death. Isn't that the most ridiculous thing you ever heard? The Darkspawn killed him, sure enough. If Tien Logain couldn't save the king from that inn, then nobody could. Anything else I can get you?
Can I talk him out of it?
I hear news from Dinnerham that Tien Logain has been declared the new regent. It makes sense, his daughter being the queen. Anything else I can get you? Look around. People are sleeping on the floors and in the attic. That's how many rooms I don't have. Luck speed your way.
Oh, the pop sax is outside. Okay, I'll worry about that later.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been talking about. I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times after the war with Orlais. I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more. The Blackstone Irregulars fought alongside the King's army against Orlais. We've helped nobles defend their land and given our service to people in need for generations. Our current captain, Raelnor, is an honorable man who sees that we can do some good in Ferelden once more. He is so confident in our mission that he trusted the Grey Wardens would support us.
Yeah, I can see why he's popular, and he's also got a connection. His daughter is the queen, so it's not like he has no argument that he should be the king. So this is going to be tough because he's got a good argument and he's popular, and the other person who might have an argument is sick.
Our leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you. Unlike most who work with us, you're getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders. I hope this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Wardens. Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members stationed at an Irregulars post. We'll make sure your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
Okay, I don't understand what I just agreed to there, but whatever. I accept because it's a side quest. That's all I need to know. Alright, I guess it's just more quests I could do. Ah, Bard.
Please, I must continue playing, else I earn no coin tonight.
I just play what the innkeep asks. We need his coin to travel north.
Oh, I thought you might. Sing a song or do something. Yeah, I still don't entirely get what his deal is. Like, he doesn't want help from the Grey Wardens. He doesn't want help from the other country. Does he just not understand that he needs this help, or... I'm not sure what his angle is. Sister? No.
I'm trying to listen to the bard's song. Can we speak when they're done?
You.
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell. Whole mess of refugees come in and leave near every night. All have hungry bellies, sad tales, and mementos for barter. I sold that bleeding merchant outside about half my larder 2 weeks back, and now he's charging outrageous sums for all my food. You did? Well, I don't know what to say to that. Thanks.
Show me what you've got. Ooh, a gift for Morgan. Right, yeah. I understand their prejudice against all these various people, but meanwhile, they don't want help from Orlais because they're the rival country. They don't want help from the Mages because they're mages. They don't want help from the Grey Wardens because why? I don't even really know. I guess they kind of feel like they're old news, like they're not powerful anymore, really. But I don't know how much he actually believes all this, or how much of it is just bullshit for him to become the king of the country. He fears their political... Okay, that actually makes sense. That they're also popular. That does make sense. Alright, I think I cleared up enough room. I can start buying some gifts.
I am grateful. 'Tis thoughtful indeed. Interesting.
May have been a little early to give her a ring. She didn't sound too into that. May have played my hand poorly there. Am I injured? What is this? No, is anyone injured? You are. Torn jugular. Sounds bad. Oh, I just need to...
You hear about food? Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell. Check the chanter's board by the chantry. There's good jobs there. I don't suppose you know anything about poison?
Have I dabbled in such things? I guess I'll say
I
it.
figured if I kept asking, I'd find someone. I'd pay good
Oh,
coin for
this is the guy who
something to slow them beasties
had
down,
the
make them
traps
think
in
twice.
his lawn.
Well, there's herbs in the North Wood.
I
As
knew
for
this
other
name
stuff,
sounded familiar.
Look around town. Some refugees just left things behind to travel faster. I don't really know what you need, though. I might have some in stock, too.
Show me what you've got. Injury kit. Just one. Oh, I thought he... had another injury.
What now?
Oh, she also has flaming weapons. I should get something else then. Alright, well, I'm gonna get to a point here where I can stop.
So how is it that Terran Logain survived when even the Grey Wardens didn't make it out of that place down south?
I heard he saw just in time what those Grey Wardens were doing and saved his men. He's a hero, that's what he is.
Too bad he couldn't save poor King Kalen. Blast those Grey Wardens, they deserve what they got and more.
I'll say. First they drag the king down there and then they throw him to the wolves. It's no wonder it all went bad.
I was hoping I could tell the bartender to spread the word that Logan was a traitor, because that's a good way to get rumors spread, is to tell, for the bartender to tell people. But that wasn't an option. Oh, got a mission. Sten, okay. And this is the Chantry's board, which I've been to. I haven't been inside the Chantry. But yeah, I will sort of finish up what's in the town. I'm not going to go to the next big thing. Seems like there's still a decent amount of stuff to be done in the town, though. Again, I went 100% the wrong way. What is wrong with me? Yep, go. Oh yeah, let me talk to this new person. Let me at least do that.
Yes? Well, here I am. I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to
I feel like she explained
but I
it.
had a dream. In it, there was an impenetrable darkness.
Oh, you're
It
right,
was
you're
so
right, you're right.
dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell, and the darkness drew me in. When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day, the rose bush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw. But there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith.
Just out of curiosity, are you an elf? Probably not.
In my dream, I fell, or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the blight devours everything?
The Chantry says the Maker has left us. The blight is the Maker's punishment. Will you defy him? That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, what is she going to say to that? That's a good point.
I don't know. He made this world. He could destroy it. But there is so much worth saving. You're such a pessimist.
Disapproves. Well, I guess that's why you save, like you said. Yeah. Too little, too late. We'll do it now. Alright, well, I know what I kind of have a little more idea of what her personality is now. She doesn't want to hear me say that these evil hellspawn are created by her god.
What do you wish of me? If you must.
How did you become a shape changer? Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. We'll start there.
I was not born such. 'Tis a skill of Flemeth's, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying that we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend.
You can't tell whether she's serious or not. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I feel like she wants me to play along. Like, she likes the give and take. I don't think she wants me to be like an innocent, because that's like Alistair, and she doesn't like him.
Oh? I truly doubt that children would be worth the effort. They are filthy, smelly things full of tears and snot and trouble. That said, I cannot speak for the tastes of my mother. She has, after all, lived a very lengthy time in the wilds and done many things I know nothing of. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?
Is it possible to learn this power?
The form of an animal is different from my own. One may study the creature, learn to move as it does, think as it does. In time, this allows one to become as it is. I gain nothing by studying another human. I already am the same as they are. I learn nothing. So the answer is no, my human form is the only one I possess.
Okay, good to know. Might have been useful if she could, but she can't.
Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. 'Tis a spell and thus requires a mage's talents. Indeed, you could learn the spells required if I cared to teach you.
Okay, I like this.
There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it well. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary. They do not shy away from me. To their senses, I believe I seem like any other of their species. As to what they think, I truly cannot say. Just as I am still human, no matter my form, they are still animals. Thus they cannot speak, even were I to ask. No, 'tis not unheard of in the remote corners of the world. There are traditions of magic outside of the circle of Magi, despite what those mages would have you believe. Some of these traditions are old, indeed, passed down as carefully guarded lore from one generation to the next. The zealots of the chantry would uproot all such practitioners if they could. But as luck have it, some still exist. My mother is such a one.
I don't think she wants to have a fun give and take about this. I think she's not going to take kindly to any suggestion by me that she should be controlled by the chantry. I think that's like her big thing that she does not want.
I'm shocked that you think so, being a mage of the circle as you were. But perhaps you felt a little like a caged bird as well, caught within that dark tower. I thought so. Indeed. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
Okay. Okay. Number 3. It's a little forward. Number 4, I think she might be into that because it's kind of flattering her. It's saying that she's really powerful, that they couldn't burn her even if they wanted to. It's less creepy. And of course, number 1 is just a straightforward well, number 1's not really a compliment because it's saying you're useful, meaning if you weren't useful to me, then I wouldn't care about you. So I'm gonna do this.
No doubt it would. But enough of such talk. Let us proceed, lest the dust gather on us.
+3. Okay. Well, oh. Did she teach me shape changing just now? said I earned a skill. Huh. I don't know how to find my skills. Is it this? No. Alright. I don't know. Said I learned a skill. Don't know what that meant. Okay.
So I take it you did not enjoy your Templar training?
That's directed at me, I take it.
Do you see any others about who have failed at their religious instruction?
I didn't fail, I was
Oh, I didn't mean to cut them off. I shouldn't have done that.
recruited into the Grey Wardens.
And if you had not been recruited, what would have happened instead?
I would have turned into a drooling lunatic, slaughtered the Grand Cleric, and run through the streets of Denham in my small clothes, I guess.
Your self-awareness does you credit.
I thought you'd like that.
Ooh, were they flirting? Yes. At first it seemed mad. They seemed mad at each other, but now it seems a little... Maybe something else is going on. How do I go the wrong way every goddamn time? This is amazing. Oh yeah, let me talk to Alistair. I didn't talk to him.
What do you need? Ask away.
Oh, I think I've... Oh, okay, so I did... How did you become a Grey Warden? I think that's what I said last time. Tell me about the Grey Warden. Oh, there's too much.
About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need? You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I did. I should have handled it better. Duncan warned me right from the beginning that this could happen. Any of us could die in battle. I shouldn't have lost it.
Again, we didn't see this. We didn't see him mourning.
I'm sorry. I'd like to have a proper funeral for him.
It's strange that this is a plot point when we didn't see it.
Still alive. I don't think he had any family to speak of. I suppose he did. It probably sounds stupid, but part of me wishes I was with him, in the battle. I feel like I abandoned him. Yes, I know. I think he came from High Ever, or so he said. Maybe I'll go up there sometime. See about putting up something in his honor. I don't know. Have you had someone close to you die? Not that I mean to pry, I'm just...
I don't know the answer to that. But... this seems vague enough.
Imagine you really have, haven't you? Thank you. Really, I mean it. It was good to talk about it, at least a little.
Okay, another +3.
Chokke.
What?
Marade starit. Merade twasit. Abana kyun. Maras shokra. You aren't one of my captors.
I remember the revered mother mentioning this man. She called him a savage from the far north.
I have nothing to say that would amuse you, elf. Leave me in peace. I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is, as she says. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
So he's admitting it?
If you haven't heard of us, that is your own shortcoming. Though it matters little now, I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
What did you do to end up here? I feel like he just
I
said
have been
that.
convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
Are you guilty?
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I'm responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now.
Now, did you actually do it? Not do you feel guilty about it, did you do it? Ugh.
Either you have an enviable memory or a pitiable life to know nothing of regret. The people of a farmhold, 8 humans, in addition to the children. I agree. Death will be my atonement.
So it sounds like probably, this is what I'm guessing. He didn't literally do it, but he somehow feels responsible. Maybe he could have stopped it or something. So he feels like he deserves to be put to death for, quote unquote, committing this murder. Even though I don't think he, like, took an axe or whatever and killed them. But he feels like he did. Okay, no spoilers. Let's see.
Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime? Importance is a matter of perspective. From here, very little seems meaningful. I would not, were I her.
Oh, did I blow my chance to recruit this guy?
Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the Darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
You wish something more of me?
Wow.
My thanks, Elf.
I blew it. I didn't even think I said anything that would cut me out. Oh well.
It will be done.
Okay, that's that I do want to know.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
Oh, right. Yes, do it. Oh wait, pick her. Oh, she's already picked. Oh, she got it? I got confused. Okay.
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
Wow. This is a real bad idea by them. Assuming that... Could you stop? Assuming that they're just regular people, which I think they are. This sucks. I don't want to do this. But I don't have any choice. It's gonna be fucking...
Be careful!
You have forced my hand! This will not end well.
Another dracones! I need help!
Ooh, beheading. Wow. That was depressing. Now no one's gonna like me. Oh.
There is no hope for you now!
Let us end this!
So shall it be!
I never liked this part.
Oh! I will not falter! Oh! You dare!
Right then.
Make her preserve us.
Now you see true power! Now you die! This is a waste of time!
Solution. Sometimes. I never liked this part. Alright, battle business.
This is a...
Oh no!
These dogs are against me?
Fear me!
I got confused. Nope. I don't know where my last save was. I got confused during that fight.
Shokke basitisra, mara
Oh.
starit, mera de twasit, abana kyun, maras ananne sam kyun.
It's convenient.
You aren't one of my captors.
I remember the revered mother mentioning this man. She called him a savage from the far north.
I have nothing to say that would amuse you, elf. Leave me in peace. I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is as she says. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples. If you haven't heard of us, that is your own shortcoming. Though it matters little now, I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate. I have been
I'll have the
convicted
same
of murder.
conversation.
Have the villagers not spoken of this?
Maybe I'll change it at the very end.
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I'm responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now. Either you have an enviable memory or a pitiable life to know nothing of regret. There is no difficulty in capturing prey that surrenders.
It's not what I meant to do, but okay, now we have a different thing.
The people of a farmhold. 8 humans, in addition to the children. I agree. 20 days now. I shouldn't last much longer, another week at most. Compared to your kind, maybe.
Oh, that's interesting. He doesn't need to eat or drink. At least not very often.
Death will be my atonement. I would prefer to die in battle, but my choices have been made.
Okay, what did I say? I said
I would
this?
not, were I her. Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve?
Oh, okay,
Or to
I
be
see
taken
how
by
it's
the
gonna work.
Darkspawn? No one deserves that. Not even a murderer.
So I'm gonna go to the chantry and say, can you let this guy free? And she's gonna probably say no. And then I'm gonna come back. Okay. I gotta go through this bullshit again.
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
Oh my! Oh my!
This should be good.
Let's end this! Push them back! Here comes trouble!
This is a waste of time!
Lovely.
You have forced my hand!
It's your time to die!
Flee while you can!
Let's make this quick!
Now you die! There is no hope for you now!
Let us end this!
Let us end this quickly!
Me and you shall
You will
pay.
not touch me! Let's have at it!
Okay, let's recover a bit. Save. Okay. Rogue. Rogue is the only guy I can see. Okay, that's fine.
Let's make this quick!
Turn and run! Flee while you can! Yes.
Run while you can!
Now you fall!
All right, let's back! Here
need healing.
Yes. As you say.
Watch out! I tried to be merciful.
Just die already.
Begin the onslaught.
Okay, much better. That being said, I just killed like a dozen people at least.
This place will be overrun by the Darkspawn soon.
Of course.
If we go, we won't be able to come back.
This is just plain old not gonna look good.
Yes.
No, she needs to do this.
As you like.
And save. Back to me.
Greetings.
Someone help us!
Okay. Oh. Well, let's...
Yes.
It's your time to die!
Stop your drooling and
Okay.
save some dignity, fool.
So shall it be! Let us end this quickly! As you say.
You want to die! Another battle! Make a preserve! Is that all you've got? Tear them apart!
Take that! There is no hope for you now! I will not falter! Ha! As you say.
Yes, of course.
Mighty timely arrival there, my friend. I'm much obliged. The name's Bodon Feddick, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here?
These are the
Have to
first
go to
dwarves
somewhere?
I've seen this entire game.
Complicated? Somehow I imagine that only says half of it. Thank you for the offer, but there may be more excitement on your path than is good for my boy and me. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune.
Goodbye.
Now then, let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
I probably could have gotten more out of that conversation. Because that seemed kind of pointless. Hello.
We'll be off as soon as this mess is cleaned up. Thank you kindly for all your assistance.
Oh, there was a blood mage dying on the floor. I wanted to see what that was. Oh. That's it, huh? Sandal? Now it's gone. Oh, that was the guy. The guy's name is Sandal. There is something weird about this situation.
We'll be off as soon as this mess is cleaned up. Thank you kindly for all your assistance.
Okay, yes, if you want to give me a hint at this point, you can. Go forward. Okay. Up. Go into this next area. Okay. Alright, them having dreams. That's fucked up.
Bad dreams, huh?
Oh.
Well, it is real, sort of. You
That's
see,
interesting, okay.
Part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight. He did. He said he felt the Archdemon's presence. Everyone just assumed he was guessing. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
that armor
when I heard
model
you
is not
thrashing
looking too
around,
great.
I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me too. Other than dying young and the whole defeat the Blight alone thing, no. I'm all tapped out for surprises. Anyhow,
No.
you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
First priority.
Oh, why, you little... Me harassing your dog? I should say it's the other way round. Your furry friend here took offense at me getting near his food. He snapped at me, look. Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach me.
Yeah. Not sure I handled that great, but I guess Alistair wasn't mad at me. Okay, that makes sense, what you're saying. Okay, got it.
I once heard a really old legend about how the Hound Warriors in the days of the old tribes would feed their Mabari the flesh of the vanquished. Well, that's what I heard anyway. It would sometimes be human flesh. Oh, like you can tell the difference. For all you know, maybe you've already been fed something.
Oh my god, this is great. Oh, can this be the whole game?
Oh, look at what your fool dog placed in my pack. A putrid, half-eaten hare is not something a woman wants to find in her unmentionables.
Wow. Number 1, number 2, and number 3 are... I mean, number 2 is incredibly rude. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That would be a hilarious thing to say. Yeah. If I wanted her to hate me, I would say that. Number 3. I feel like she doesn't want me telling her what to eat. I don't love any of these options. Maybe I'll go... I don't think she wants a dorky, like, goody two-shoes like number 1, so I'll go number 4.
You are welcome to this if you really want it. The dirty mongrel can have this back. There. And tell him not to do it again. I don't want it, you worthless fur bag. Oh, he's just trying to be manipulative, I can tell. I do it too.
I just hope every time I click on this dog, something new happens. He's gonna find something. Oh, I thought he was gonna find something. Oh. Oh, I didn't think there'd be people besides us out here. I thought this was like our camp. What?
You're a hard man to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy the trader?
Absolutely not. But let's not say that
for
yet.
Years. Considered him a friend, I did. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more. A tragedy it is, at that.
This sounds like bullshit.
But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled. It's a bit of a tale, that is. But I'm the one who brought the Grey Wardens back to Ferelden. Well, I was one of the ones. There were a lot of us. Maker's breath, I'm a bit nervous. Honoured to be here, really. After King Marek freed us from the Orlesians, the Grey Wardens begged the King's permission to come into Ferelden, some sort of internal business. Me and a mess of other Warden sympathisers spoke on behalf of your order. Tan Loghain was very much against letting Orlesian Wardens in the kingdom. But Marek, Andraste, bless him, was a fair-minded monarch and he let them in. So that's why I was there when the Wardens and their leader, Genevieve, presented herself to the king. The first Wardens in Ferelden in over a century. Proudest state of my life, that was. Duncan was a bit of a scamp back then. We were of an age and struck up a friendship. The king himself went with the Wardens on their mysterious business. When he returned, he rescinded King Ardland's decree, and the Wardens came back to Ferelden for good.
Okay, so I thought, because he said he was a merchant, and I didn't believe him at first, but it sounds like he actually was involved in this.
People say it's because the Wardens have become terribly unpopular. Just soaking up tires and not doing a bleeding thing for the kingdom. I say that's bollocks, as recent events have shown. Marek was a bit of a visionary. A powerful mind, that one. In his travels with the Wardens, he must have seen how important their cause was, and been moved by it. There was some talk at court that he did it to improve relations with Orzammar. That might have factored into it.
Okay,
No
don't
mistake.
know what that
King
is.
Marek was a giant among men. That he was. My family, well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last
Wow, I
warden
thought that
commander
this
of
guy
Ferelden
was
back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders.
just
So
gonna
King Arland banished the Wardens.
tell me,
and
oh,
he
well,
took
I know
House
Duncan, go
Dryden's
do
land
something.
and
I didn't
titles.
think he'd give me an entire history.
Hard to say. After King Arland died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one. And our family was on the run, hunted by enemies, with nary a friend in the world. But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride. I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honour. Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak since Ireland's days. At least none that's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak, and I found the way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honour. Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new wardens and meeting with good King Kaelin. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostagar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but he never had the chance.
Okay, so
Soldier's Peak is
theoretically,
strategic
not
and
only would this
symbolic
be helping
importance.
this guy, it
Duncan
would be
said that it would be worth it right there. He also
actually a
hoped to recover
military
lost
useful
warden history and
thing.
perhaps a few old relics. No one knows what's up there now. I can pick my way through the tunnels at the base of Soldier's Peak, but the place, well, they say it's haunted, and it'll be dangerous for certain. Will you think on it at least? 1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
Yeah, well, side quests in this game are serious business. They don't just say go fetch a thing. They
It's good to see you,
give
my
you a
timely rescuer. Bodon
historical
Fenn
account.
At your service, once again. I saw
Okay.
your camp and remembered the kind offer that you made the last time we met. And is there anywhere safer for a poor merchant and his son to sleep? I think not. I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes? Following you? I'm not even certain where you're going, my friend. And quite frankly, it's none of my business. Trust me when I say that my encountering you here was serendipity and nothing more. I travel a lot, so I'm bound to meet everyone on the road eventually. If you prefer, I'll take my boy and be on my way. But regretfully, you're the safest spot on this road, without a doubt. Wonderful. Thank the gentleman, won't you, boy?
Thank you, sir.
We won't be a bother to you and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
That's good, because I need to get rid of these freaking runes.
Hello.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed. He can fold lyrium into almost any weapon or piece of armor, though naturally some of the more extravagant materials will take more lyrium than others. It's a process that some of the master smiths back in Orzammar will perform, but my boy here is just as adept at it. Isn't that right, boy?
Enchantment!
And there you have it.
Orzammar, there's that again. It's probably in the codex, I'll look it up.
Enchantment!
Yeah, okay. Huh. Is it because I don't have the sword? Elster has it? I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Something you need? I'm sure either my boy or I can help you out. Well, if you're really interested, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I am originally from Orzammar, the famed dwarven city that lies beneath the stately Frostback Mountains. I was a merchant there, too.
Okay.
Merchant caste.
So
These things are in the
Orzammar,
blood,
the
you know.
dwarven
Can't just
city.
leave them behind. I ran a fairly successful business. Rare artifacts, you know. Old things, grand things. The nobles loved them. Reminded them of the lost glory days, I suppose. Our kingdoms once spanned the length of Thados, from majestic Orzammar to Kalsharok to glittering Darmalin far to the west. They say the gold and silver veins ran so thick through the stone of Darmalin that the entire city sparkled. The Darkspawn took it all, of course. One by one, the old Tigers fell, and then all that was left was Orzammar. But we were talking about how I ended up here, weren't we? One day, a noble woman came to my store. She looked around for a bit and then started shrieking in dismay. Apparently, she believed that a pair of braces I had for sale once belonged to her brother. He'd been lost in a cave-in, you see, while on an expedition to clear out the Darkspawn from one of the tunnels running close to the city. They were made specially for him. They're unique, she shrieked. He stole them from my poor brother's corpse. She had me arrested on the spot, of course. Nobles, they're touchy like that. Well, I didn't steal them. You see, I'd been paying these castless thugs to venture out into the deep roads for me. The lost Tigers, they're full of things that people left behind. Sometimes you can find a treasure, something worth a little gold. The noblewoman, she wasn't too happy with the theft of her brother's braces. I don't know what they planned for me, and I didn't want to find out. Bribed the guard that was watching me and took off for the surface first opportunity I got. Never looked back. I thank the stone every single day. Now, is there anything the boy or I can get you? Ah, yes. I'm married to a fine woman back in Denerim, it's true. She'd give me a son if she could, but that's not likely to ever be. Sandal here. I found him in the deep roads years ago. Abandoned, I think, and he was never quite right in the head. I took him in, and I brought him
You know
with me
he's
when I came
standing
here
right there.
themselves. He may not be my blood, true, but I think of him as one.
We left Orzammar.
That's right, boy. Maybe one day we'll see it again. It's not as if I don't benefit, mind you. Turns out the boy's a natural working with enchantments. He might have even been lyrium-addled. I never thought of that before, to be honest. Happens sometimes. He can work an enchantment into just about anything, however, given some time. Could probably open his own shop, if he knew how.
Enchantment.
Well, he does seem to enjoy it, at least. Look, we don't rob people, all right? We don't take things from people that need them. The things in the Lost Tigers, what good did they do lying there? I brought them back to Orzammar, where people could look at them and remember. It's not all that different up here. There are places long abandoned by the humans everywhere. Even more now with the Darkspawn coming. People flee from the Blight with good reason, but they forget things. Things with value and meaning. They leave them behind because they're frightened and desperate. And sometimes, my boy and I, we find our way to these places before the Horde descends, and we save these things. I take them away so the Darkspawn don't get them. Is that so bad? They destroy everything they touch.
Alright, I don't really have a big opinion about whether this guy can steal things out of the trash. It's fine with me, honestly.
That's what I tell myself, too. Ah, these are dark times indeed. Dark times, my friend. I hear that Tyr Logain, the regent, is calling for new levies of troops. He wants to rebuild the army we lost at Ostagar. Thing is, there's not a lot of spare men to be found. Out of Dragon's Peak, there's press gangs roaming around, grabbing any free man they can lay their hands on. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. I heard from some travelers that something bad might have happened in Redcliffe, overrun by Darkspawn, maybe. There's no word from the village at all. Merchant friend of mine said he encountered someone fleeing the place and there was nothing waiting for him there but death. He wisely turned around and came right back. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. With King Kaelin dead, the throne falls to Queen Honora. She's made her father the regent, however, at least for now. I think Kaelin's father, old King Merrick, would have approved. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. There's knights from Redcliffe spread all over Ferelden on some kind of mission, but I hear that they're starting to become rare to find.
The mission to save
they all went back to Redcliffe. More likely
find the
they
thing
got tired
that'll
of searching
save
for
their
something that can't be found.
ruler's
Abandon their
life.
search. I wonder what Earl Eamon is going to do without any knights. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow.
Die of the
Take it for what it is.
disease he has.
Thank the Maker we didn't lose Tyr Logain at Ostagar. He pulled his troops out just in time, so it said. Without him,
Yep, he's
we'd be
clipping
lost.
through, his hands
That's
are
what I've
clipping
heard on the
through
road,
his arm.
anyhow. Take it for what it is. I hear the Dwarven King is passed on. Old as he was probably poisoned or assassinated. That's how the dwarves normally go out, isn't it? That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. Something's going on at the Mage's Tower at Lake Callenheim.
Wow, so many
Nobody knows
rumors.
exactly what, though, and the Templars aren't saying. Exactly what we need, isn't it? Let's hope the Mages are just cooking up something to deal with the Darkspawn. Somebody should be, after all. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is.
This guy's really trying to work his catchphrase.
There's a nasty rumor going around that the Grey Wardens are evil and that they worship the Archdemon. They're the ones that caused the Blight. They were getting upset, see? That there was no use for them anymore, so they summoned up the Archdemon to do their bidding. It would explain a great many things. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is.
I gotta convince all these people that Logain is a jerk and everything he says is
I
wrong.
told they held a funeral in Denerim for King Kaelin. The Grand Cleric called for a full day of mourning, and there was a procession a mile long passing by the brazier. It's too bad they don't have a body to properly burn. What happened to him at the hands of those creatures, it's unthinkable. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. I'm hearing many tales of corpses
This is like rumor number
clawing
8.
out of their graves, all over. Not just people either, animals too. Just yesterday, a farmer told me about the kitten his daughter had
Ooh,
buried
Pet
behind the
Cemetery
farm.
shit.
Little thing came back to life and crawled up, mewling as loud as you please. His daughter was delighted, at least until it just about chewed her finger off. Strange days, I tell you. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. Some hunters who range into the
Still
Brazilian
going.
forest say that a Dalish clan there has fallen to some kind of sickness. The blight, most likely, poor sods. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. It's said the North Road Inn serves a shepherd's pie
Still
containing
going.
actual shepherds. Seems the innkeeper has something against the flocks being brought too near his own fields. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for
Alright,
what
well,
it is.
I'll try to remember North Road Inn when I get there 90 hours from now.
There's talk that King Caelan was cheating on the Queen and she found out about it. That's why Tyrn Logain abandoned Caelan at Ostagar. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. I hear from folks traveling the East Roads that there's werewolves in the Brazilian forest. Actual werewolves. They haven't been around since the days of Dane and his ilk. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. The crafters of the Pearl Brothel are threatening to close their doors if they aren't finally recognized as a true guild. Ha! Can you imagine? As if the men weren't blue enough. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is.
I support it.
Alessa Isolde, the young Orlesian woman that married Arl Eamon, I hear tell she tried to poison her husband so she could marry his brother, Bantegan. Maker's honest truth. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. There's not just Darkspawn in the Horde, you know that? There are people with them. Folks who are sick with the blight, and their minds are all twisted and mad. I heard tell of a man meeting his own brother on the field, yet when he called out to him, his brother didn't even recognize him and just attacked. That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my
Nothing I
god.
can think of at the moment.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Arville, because that was like 15 rumors. But thank you very much. Alright. Oh, that's my campfire. Alice. The lone campfire in the distance. Let's see. Morgan, Alistair, Lilia, dog. That's unhelpful. Do you mean... No, that's not campfire, that's just a torch. I was heading towards it. I was going there. So this way here? No. Okay. So the one where Morgan is.
What do you wish of me? If you must.
Oh, last time we talked with the entire conversation was about the shape changers.
Why do you ask me such questions? I do not probe you for pointless information, do I?
I feel like I'm not gonna usually do the explicit thing with her, but like the flirtatious thing without being too obvious about it.
Would it not be easier simply to poke at me with a stick? I think I will elect to answer the question for now, if you do not mind. What is it you asked if I grew up in the wilds? A curious question. Where else would you picture me? For many years it was simply Flemeth and I. The wilds and its creatures were more real to me than Flemeth's tales of the world of man. In time I grew curious. I left the wilds to explore what lay beyond, never for long. Brief forays into a civilized wilderness. Would you not do the same? Your world is an unforgiving and cold place. The wilds I hail from is home to me, and I a natural denizen. For all that I had been taught, however, the truth of the civilized lands proved to be overwhelming. I was unfamiliar with so much. So confident and bold was I, yet there was much that Flemeth could never have prepared me for. Equal parts daring and foolhardy, perhaps. Only once was I accused of being a witch of the wilds, and that by a chastened who happened to be traveling with a merchant caravan. He pointed and gasped, and began shouting in his strange language, and most assumed he was casting some curse upon me. I acted the terrified girl, and naturally, he was arrested. Men are always willing to believe two things about a woman. One, that she is weak, and two, that she finds him attractive. I played the weakling and battered my eyelashes at the captain of the guard. Child's play. The point being that I was able to move through human lands fairly easily. Whatever humans think a witch of the wild looks like, 'tis not I. Not that I did not have trouble. There are things about human society which have always puzzled me, such as the touching. Why all the touching for a simple greeting?
Yeah, that's true. I'm not human, but let's...
To begin with, yes.
Ask.
What is the point of touching my hand? I find it an offensive intrusion. There were many nuances that Flemeth could never tell me of. When to look into another's eyes. How to eat at a table. How to bargain without offending. None of these things I knew. I still do not understand it all, truth be told, but then I gave up long ago any hope of doing so. When I returned to the wilds last, I swore to Flemeth that I had no intention of leaving again. Yes, here I am. Well, let's get on with it before the ground opens up and swallows us, yes?
Okay. I wasn't sure that conversation was going well, but she approved, so that's fine. Yeah, I would be perfectly fine never shaking hands with anyone again in my life. I can fist bump, I can elbow bump, I just don't need it. Alright, so what is around here that's... Is there anything in particular here? I mean, I can keep talking to her. Keep doing that. Let's see what happens. Okay.
I await your command. So, full of questions, are you? Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be?
What did I ask in the first place? Is she what she seems to be? Is that a bad word, Malfikar? Should I not say that?
You mean, is she truly the Flemeth of legend and story? Tell me, how much do you know of the tale? The one that the chastened still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience. I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself, and you can decide whether or not 'tis the truth, if you desire. As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful, a fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her. No, quite true, but this part only. The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Osen the bard, and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conobar, and that he swore vengeance for her
I mean, I
infidelity.
think this is in the Codex,
In
but
truth,
I didn't read it.
my
I
mother
just
claims that 'twas
saw these
Osen who
names.
was her husband, and Conobar the jealous lord, who looked on from afar. Lord Conobar approached young Osen and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife, and Osen agreed. The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement. All would have been well had Lord Conobar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osen was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and swore revenge. That was not the point. Conobar had no honor, so she would not have him. Flemeth begged the spirits to aid her, and 'twas they who slew Conobar. The demon the legend tells of came later. Lord Conobar's allies chased Flemeth, you see. Chased her to the wilds, and there she hid. There she found
So
the
she
demon,
is
and he
affiliated with a
made her
demon.
strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies. The truth of the matter is that there was never an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner, and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus, he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps 'twas due to the great war with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began. I do not believe everything that Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has colored her memories. But on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all. The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever, and she is part of the wilds as it is part of her. But she is no immortal. She bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it lucky enough to find her. How often is this usually? Always? If not always, then when is it not true? There are more things in this world and the next than you or I could ever hope to understand. What Flemeth became is a mystery. I suspect, even to her. You ask if I have sisters. I have asked of this myself. The stories tell of many witches of the wilds after all, not just the one. And these tales existed long before I did. Flemeth refuses to speak of other daughters, if they existed. So, should I believe I am her first? I doubt that too. The Chastened tell of a falling out between Flemeth and her daughters. They say that one day she hunted them all through the wilds and ate their hearts. It may be true. I have never seen another witch or heard of one. Perhaps one day Flemeth will eat my heart as well.
Okay, so she's lived for centuries. She's possessed by a demon. But she seems chill. It's very weird. And she ate her daughter's hearts. But now she seems fine. It's a very weird story.
Flemeth tells it with far more embellishment than I, but you are welcome. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious nevertheless.
I don't like any of these answers.
Nothing. I wish to know nothing more. I find myself a little envious, to tell the truth. But it matters not. Let us move on.
Dope. Okay. I didn't like the way that ended. But it seems like it turned out okay. I guess it kind of represents nature, you know. Flemeth, she's powerful and destructive, but doesn't mean badly. What in God's name is it? Oh, that's my staff. I was like, I thought that was a weird. That's just my staff. My staff scared me.
I await your command. So, full of questions, are you? You are very cute to ask so many questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, we might really be getting somewhere right now.
Really? Perhaps we should be wrapped in ribbons and adorned with flowers. So cute are we, too. My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes, by Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin once more. They came with as much swagger and arrogance as they did self-righteousness. Pity them if you wish, for they held none for us. Flemeth would warn them, once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds and to their doom. Me? No, I never did any of the killing, until later. And even then, Flemeth was a glutton for that sort of thing. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere, and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum.
Hmm. I think they got what they deserved is a little, like, I don't want to take her side to that extent. I think she might not mind being told that she's dangerous.
Is it true, then, that given enough time, the prisoner will learn to love the cell? The Chantry sees any mages not leashed to the Circle of Magi as apostates, and apostates could become maleficarum, evil mages that resort to blood magic and become demon-enslaved abominations. It may even be true, still, those of us who prefer freedom see no reason to submit.
Again, I feel like this is the one thing that I shouldn't try to be flirtatious, try to be sarcastic. I should just... Well... I don't know if she wants to hear I agree completely either. I'm going to go with 3.
No? I am not surprised you say such. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task at hand.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Okay.
What do you wish of me?
Yep, that's what it is. I try to think 5 moves ahead. Usually it works.
I await your command.
Sometimes it doesn't.
So, full of questions, are you?
It was this one, right?
You are very cute to ask so many questions. Really? Perhaps we should be wrapped in ribbons and adorned with flowers. So cute are we, too. My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes, by Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin once more. I found the game fun. I was too young to understand the truth behind what was happening. Flemeth would warn them once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began.
Right. I mean, I knew that she wasn't kidding around with this
a little girl
mage freedom
and
stuff,
run
but
and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds.
I thought I could do...
'Twas a game, and I, a young girl.
I thought I could
If I
at
didn't
least
get to
say
play, I would have been
I'm in the
very
circle
upset.
without her being mad. It's
Thankfully,
not like
the
she doesn't
wilds
know
is a
that.
vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere, and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum. I think that my mother made it fun so that a child did not learn to fear. And I think that it was necessary. There are no trials for apostates.
Oh,
no
I want her
prisons,
approval of
no
stalking.
mercy. There are only absolutes, so only survival matters. If the wilds have taught me anything, 'tis this. First, you must survive. Do you disagree?
Why do I feel like I got myself another bad situation here? What happens if I say number 1? She's not going to like it, is the answer.
Oh? I would ask what exactly, but I'm certain that would be a lengthy conversation, and suddenly I grow very weary. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task at hand.
So I need to just agree with her. That is a little annoying.
I await your command.
I wanted to have like flirtatious give and take.
Full of questions, are you?
I don't want to just go around saying, yes, you're right, yes, you're right, yes, you're right.
You are very cute to ask so many questions. Really? Perhaps we should be wrapped in ribbons and adorned with flowers. So cute are we, too. My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes, by Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin once more.
She's right that the only thing is to survive. Well, she's more right in real life than she is in fantasy world where there's gods that actually exist and resurrections and stuff.
I found the game fun. I was too young to understand the truth behind what was happening. Flemeth would warn them once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds and to their doom. 'Twas a game, and I a young girl. If I didn't get to play, I would have been very upset. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere, and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum. I think that my mother made it fun so that a child did not learn to fear. And I think that it was necessary. There are no trials for apostates, no prisons, no mercy. There are
Yeah,
only
I guess this is
absolutes,
another thing that
so
she's
only survival matters. If
not
the
going
wilds
to
have taught
budge
me
on.
anything, 'tis this.
And not
First,
isn't going to think
you
is
must survive.
funny
Do you disagree?
or worth arguing about. Yeah, you're probably right.
An interesting answer for a mage. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task at hand.
Level up? For what?
I await your command.
So I did all this. Alright. So now that we got all this background information for her, we can get a little more personal with either 2 or 3. Let's go 2.
At times, perhaps. A world full of people and buildings and things was all very foreign to me. If I wished companionship, I ran with the wolves and flew with the birds. If I spoke, 'twas to the trees. Don't be foolish. I recall the first time I crept beyond the edge of the wilds.
She told me this already. She told me that the animals don't talk back.
Watching these strange townsfolk from afar. I happened upon a noblewoman by her carriage, adorned in sparkling garments the likes of which I had never before seen. I was dazzled. This, to me, seemed what true wealth and beauty must be. I snuck up behind her and stole a hand mirror from the carriage. 'Twas encrusted in gold and crystalline gemstones, and I hugged it to my chest with delight as I sped back to the wilds. Flemeth was furious with me. I was a child and had not yet come into my full power, and I had risked discovery for the sake of a pretty bauble. To teach me a lesson, Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it upon the ground. I was heartbroken.
Not sure.
And a foolish one. Flemeth was right to break me of my fascination. Beauty and love are fleeting and have no meaning. Survival has meaning. Power has meaning. Without those lessons, I would not be here today, as difficult as they might have been. They did indeed. To return to your original question, perhaps my time in the wilds was indeed lonely, but such was how it had to be. I find myself at times wondering what might have become of the girl with the beautiful golden mirror, but such fantasies have no place amidst reality.
All right. What's my rating? Where are we at? Plus 41. That doesn't even sound that great. Ooh. Give this to Alistair. Looks like an Oscar.
I could get used to this, you know.
Yeah, I think I could have gotten about... Oh, wait, no, that was for Win. Yeah, I think I gave her the gift. Alright.
I await your command. We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Oh, shit. This seems rude.
I am here because Flemeth commanded me to aid you. Why? Do you wish me to leave? I can do so if you prefer.
Either 2 or 4. I guess 3 isn't out of the question. Let's get a little serious. Let's go for 2.
Then I assume our discussion ends here.
I don't even know why that went poorly. I said I like you, and she got mad.
I await your command. We
Did
are
I
in
pick the
camp,
wrong thing?
so 'tis as good a
Did I
time
pick the
as
wrong
any.
thing?
I am here because Flemeth commanded me to aid you. Why? Do you wish me to leave? I can do so if you prefer.
I picked number 2, right?
If I wanted to leave, then I would go. I remain, so do not ask such pointless questions.
Wow, she's tough.
I await your command. We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Well, I did them all, so I might as well do
Flemeth
this one.
commanded me to aid you. Why? Do you wish me to leave? I can do so if you prefer. Are we? Then why do you ask such a question?
Yeah, I don't know why my question turned in the
I
first
await
place. It's
your
why you're still
command.
here.
So, full of questions, are you?
Yeah, see, I did all these.
I await your command.
And none of these are good. I did all the ask you somethings. And discuss
We're
something
in camp,
personal.
so 'tis as good a time as any.
There's another
I
option.
await your command.
Just say never mind.
I await your command.
Give her gifts. So you're saying I could give her someone else's gift? That feels weird. What about the merchant? Does he have a gift?
If there's anything I can do for you, please, please tell me. I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Ooh, backpack. Oh my god, it costs so much. Chastity belt. It's the last thing it's the last thing I want. Or that she want. Oh, he's got lots of gifts. Holy shit. Some of them are free. Whoa. He's giving away gifts. Okay. Let me get for her. The alcohol and this locket looks nice. And stare doll. Yeah, that would be funny. I would actually like to see. Oh, it's stuck with pins. You know what? I am going to give her this. It's like a voodoo doll. I think she's going to like this. Soap is good. Pigeon is good. She likes wildlife. All right, that's enough for now. Let's see how far that gets us. Oh, I don't need to walk over to her.
I am grateful. 'Tis thoughtful indeed.
Oh my god, that was plus 59 approval. I could have fucked up every conversation and it wouldn't have mattered. What? What? The fuck is happening? I don't know what just happened, but it was really, really good. I got 3 skills. One of them was massive magic. What just happened? That was bananas. And now when I talk to this woman, Kitty barred the door.
Your command. So, full of questions, are you? I await your command. We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Is this gonna go any better this time?
I am here because Flemeth commanded me to aid you. Why? Do you wish me to leave? I can do so if you prefer.
Maybe this time if I say I thought we were friends, I'll get
Are
a
we?
different
Then why do
reaction.
you ask such a question?
Yeah, I don't know. Plus 100. She's like a dog. How does she feel? Yeah, she should feel neglected. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not going to do that for a while, I don't think. Alright. Well, we had a bunch of conversations. I gave her the voodoo doll, which is amazing. How much approval it was and whatever skills I got out of it. Alright. And I learned don't fuck with her about whether the mages should be regulated and about like whether survival is the most important thing. Alright. I can go buy her a gift. I didn't see it. Oh, okay,
Something you
okay.
need? I'm sure either my boy or I can help you out. Of course. Good fortune to you and yours.
Goodbye.
Alright, well, we'll get there, because that is why I'm playing a male in the first place. Because I want this romance. Even though I kind of don't like that that sometimes she just wants you to agree with whatever she's saying, but I think it's just things that are very important to her. It's not like she's like that all the time. It's not like she doesn't listen. She just has these couple of things that she really cares about. Anyway, I'm going to call it there. Thank you so much to everybody for watching all this and helping out. And I really do appreciate it. And we'll be back with more quite soon. Thank you very much.